The rain didn't fall. It pressed against my windshield like a hand trying to stop me from going further. The road had been empty for miles. No lights, no houses, just trees leaning in too close like they were watching me drive past. My phone lost signal an hour ago. And then the motel appeared. Ridgeway Motel. A single buzzing neon sign flickered in the dark, spelling the name wrong for half a second, like it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. I don't remember choosing to stop here. I just did. The parking lot was too clean for a place this old. Too empty too. Not a single other car. Just mine, shining under the rain like it didn't belong either. I sat there for a moment with the engine still running. Something about the building felt off. Not scary at first, just wrong in a quiet way, like a photograph slightly out of focus. But I was exhausted. So I got out. The cold hit me instantly. The kind of cold that doesn't just touch your skin, it settles inside it. The motel door opened before I even reached it. No one was there, but it opened anyway. Inside, it smelled like old carpet and something metallic underneath it, like coins left in water too long. Behind the counter stood a man. He didn't look up when I walked in. He was writing something in a thick, worn ledger. His pen moved slowly, carefully, like every word mattered too much. "Room for the night?" I asked. No response. I cleared my throat. Still nothing. That's when he finally slid the ledger toward me without looking up. The page was already open. Names filled the lines, dates, times. But something caught my eye immediately. The rooms listed stopped at 8. Room 1, room 2, room 3 all the way down. And then nothing. No room 9. No room 10. Just empty space after 8, like the book had forgotten how to continue. "I need a room," I said again, slower this time. The clerk finally looked up. His eyes were pale, not white but almost washed out, like someone had erased the color too many times. He stared at me for a long second. Then he picked up his pen again and wrote one line on a fresh key tab. "Room 9. He slid it toward me. I didn't take it right away. My fingers hovered above the tab. "Room 9, I asked. "There's only 8 rooms listed." No answer. Just the sound of his pen tapping once against the counter. Like a warning. I forced a small laugh. "All right, room 9 it is." The moment I picked up the key, the neon light outside flickered again. For a split second, I saw something reflected in the glass behind the clerk. A hallway. Long, narrow, stretching far deeper than the motel should have had space for. Then it was gone. The clerk was already looking back down, dismissing me, like I was already done being his problem. I walked to the hallway without asking anything else. The carpet swallowed my footsteps. Each door I passed had a number. They all looked identical, peeling paint, weak light above each one buzzing like it was tired of existing. But something bothered me. The hallway felt longer than it should have been. Like I had walked past more doors than the building could possibly hold. My key felt heavier in my pocket the closer I got to the end. And then I saw it. Room 8. The last marked door. After it, nothing. Just a blank wall. No door, no frame, no handle. I stopped walking. My pulse slowed in confusion more than fear. I looked back down the hallway. It didn't make sense. There had been space beyond this point when I first entered. But now it ended cleanly, like it had always ended here. And yet, the key in my hand said room 9. I turned back toward the wall, ran my hand along it. Cold, solid, real. Still, I stood there longer than I should have. Waiting, listening. That's when I heard it. A soft sound behind me. Not footsteps. Not quite. More like someone gently turning a page in a book. I turned around quickly. Nothing. Just the empty hallway stretching behind me. But something had changed. Room 8's door was now slightly open. I hadn't seen it open before. I walked toward it slowly. Every instinct told me not to. But curiosity is a strange thing when you're tired enough. Inside room 8, everything looked normal. Bed, lamp, table. But the air felt paused, like the room had been waiting for me specifically. I stepped inside. The door closed behind me without a sound. That made my chest tighten. I turned fast. It was locked now. I hadn't locked it. I checked the handle anyway, tried it twice. Nothing. Then I noticed something on the bedside table. A guest log, different from the one at the front desk. This one was thinner, older. I flipped it open. Names were written inside, but they weren't normal names. Some were crossed out, some repeated, some faded halfway like they were disappearing while I looked at them. And then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Room assignments. Room 1 through 8 were listed. But room 9 was written in the margin. Like an afterthought. Like something added later. Under it was a single line. Not recorded. My throat went dry. I turned the page again. More entries. Same pattern. Guests arriving. Guests staying. But no departures. Ever. Just arrivals. I shut the book. Too fast. Too loud. The sound echoed in the room longer than it should have. And then I heard it. A knock. From inside the wall. Not the door. The wall beside the bed. 3 soft knocks. Patient. Like whoever it was knew I was listening. I stepped back slowly. My eyes fixed on the wall. Hello, I said quietly. Silence. Then again. 3 knocks. But this time closer. Like the wall had moved forward. I pressed my ear against it before I could stop myself. At first, nothing. Then a sound. Breathing. Slow. Steady. Right behind the plaster. I pulled away instantly. My heart was pounding now. This wasn't normal. No motel did this. No building did this. I backed toward the door again. Still locked. I tried the key. It didn't fit anymore. That's when I noticed something worse. The room number plate on the door had changed. It didn't say 8 anymore. It said 9. My hand froze on the key. Room 9. I looked around the room again, slower this time. The furniture hadn't changed, but something about it felt rearranged, like I had stepped into a slightly different version of the same space. The lamp flickered. Once, twice, and then stayed on. That's when I saw it. A reflection in the mirror. Behind me. But I wasn't standing in the right place for that reflection. The figure in the mirror was sitting on the bed. Not me. Someone else. I turned instantly. The bed was empty, but the mattress was slightly dipped, like something had just stood up. I backed away until I hit the wall, and then I heard it. The pen, writing, slowly, from inside the room's desk drawer. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I didn't open it. I didn't move. I just stood there listening as the sound kept going, like someone was updating something that never wanted to be finished. And then the voice came, soft, from everywhere. Not loud, not sharp, just calm. Too calm. You checked in, it said. My mouth went dry. I started. But the voice interrupted gently. You always do. The lamp flickered again. And for 1 second, the room looked longer, stretching behind me. More space than it should have had. More doors than I remembered. And at the very end of that impossible hallway, I saw a door. Number 9. Waiting. The voice spoke again, quieter this time. You should have left when there were only 8. The walls creaked softly. Not like wood. Like memory bending. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. Room 9 wasn't a place. It was a continuation of something that never stopped accepting guests. The lamp went out, and in the dark, the key in my hand turned warm, like it finally belonged to the lock it was made for. The silence in the motel wasn't empty. It was listening. I stood in room 9 with the key still warm in my hand, staring at the dark doorway like it had just decided to exist behind me. But the real problem wasn't the room anymore. It was the clerk, because I couldn't stop thinking about his eyes. That pale, washed-out stare, like he wasn't looking at me but through me, like I was already something recorded, not something alive. I opened the door slowly. The hallway outside felt different now. Longer. Not physically. I knew that shouldn't be possible. But my mind kept insisting the space had stretched while I wasn't watching it. The lights above buzzed softly. Each one flickered out of sync, like they were forgetting how to behave properly. And at the far end, the front desk light was still on. A soft yellow glow. Waiting. I walked toward it. Every step sounded too loud, too separate, like the floor was keeping count. 1, 2, 3. I reached the counter and stopped. The clerk was there just like before. Same position, same posture. But something felt wrong immediately. He wasn't blinking. Not even once. His pen moved across the ledger in slow, careful strokes. Like he was writing in a language that hurt to remember. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me," I said. No reaction. Not even a pause in his writing. That's when I noticed something new. The ledger wasn't just open. It was alive with marks that hadn't been there before. New lines. Fresh ink. But no names I could recognize. Just symbols, dashes, repeated numbers. Like someone trying to describe something they didn't fully understand. I leaned slightly forward. "Hey," I said again, louder this time. Still nothing. His pen stopped. For the first time since I arrived. He slowly turned the page and wrote something at the top. Not a name. Not a room number. Just one sentence. "You already checked in." My chest tightened. "I just arrived," I said quickly. No response. The clerk's pen tapped once against the page. A soft, controlled sound. Like a signal. Then he wrote again. Slower this time. "You always arrive after you arrive." I frowned. That doesn't make sense. But even as I said it, something in my stomach twisted, because part of me understood what he meant, and I didn't want to. The clerk finally looked up. And this time, his eyes were not just pale. They looked tired, like they had seen the same moment too many times to care anymore. He slid the ledger toward me again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I looked, and my breath stopped. My name was there. Not just written. Repeated. Dozens of times. Each line slightly different. Each one paired with a room number that didn't exist in any normal order. Room 1, room 3, room 7, room 9. Then again. Room 2, Room 5, Room 9. Then again, my finger hovered over the page. That's not possible, I whispered. The clerk tilted his head slightly, and for the first time he spoke. But it wasn't a voice. It was more like air forming words too carefully. You think there is a first time. My mouth went dry. What does that mean? He didn't answer. Instead, he turned the ledger toward himself and continued writing. Faster now, like something had woken up inside him. I noticed his hand shaking slightly. Not fear, control, like he was holding something back. I leaned closer without thinking and saw something that made my stomach drop. The pages beneath the current one were not filled with past entries. They were duplicates. The same page copied again and again. My name, room numbers, the same sentences repeating, but slightly altered each time. Like reality was being rewritten in small corrections. Why are you writing this? I asked quietly. The pen stopped again. A long pause. Then, because you forget. That hit me harder than I expected. Forget what? Before I could ask, the clerk suddenly tore a small slip from the ledger, folded it once, twice, and placed it on the counter. He pushed it toward me. I didn't touch it immediately. It felt heavier than paper should, like it had weight beyond material. What is this? I asked. He didn't look at me this time, just pointed at it. Slowly, I unfolded it. There was only one word written inside. Room 9. My throat tightened instantly. I'm already in room 9, I said. The clerk didn't react. Instead, he wrote something new in the ledger, then slid it toward me again. I looked, and my blood turned cold. The page now showed room 9 as empty. No occupant, no check-in, nothing, as if I had never entered it. But I was just there. I was still standing. I looked back at him. Did you erase me? I asked. The clerk finally blinked. Once, slow. Then he wrote, "We do not erase, we correct." A faint sound came from behind the counter, like paper shifting. I stepped slightly to the side to see, and that's when I noticed it. A stack of ledgers. Not one, not two, dozens, all identical, all labeled with the same motel logo, Ridgeway Motel. But the dates on them were wrong. Some older than the building should have been, some newer than today. My mind started to feel heavy, like understanding was being pulled away from me slowly. I turned back to the clerk. What is happening here? He hesitated. That was new. Then he wrote something different, something longer, and slid it toward me without looking up. I read it, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. You are not the first to ask this tonight. My skin went cold. Tonight, I repeated. Yes, the clerk wrote again. It is always tonight. I stepped back instinctively. The lights above flickered harder now. The hallway behind me looked slightly off again. Longer than before. I turned my head slowly, and for a split second, I saw something impossible. A version of myself walking down the hallway. Not me, but me, dragging a suitcase, moving toward room 9. I blinked hard. It was gone. My heart started beating too fast now. What did you just show me? I whispered. The clerk finally closed the ledger. Slowly, deliberately. Then he spoke again. Not writing this time. Actual sound. Low controlled. You keep arriving, he said. We keep recording. My throat tightened. That wasn't me. The clerk stared at me for a long moment, then said something that made my stomach drop completely. Which time? Silence. Not the normal kind. The kind that feels like something just stepped closer without moving. My fingers clenched. I want to leave, I said. The clerk didn't respond immediately. Instead, he reached under the counter, pulled out a key, another room 9 key, and placed it beside mine. 2 identical keys. My hands trembled slightly. Why are there 2? I asked. The clerk finally looked directly at me and said, "One is for entering." He paused. "The other is for remembering you entered." That sentence didn't make sense at first, but it didn't leave my mind. It stuck, like something I would understand later, against my will. The clerk slid both keys closer. "Take them," he said. I hesitated. Every instinct told me not to touch either one, but my hand moved anyway. When my fingers closed around them, the lights in the motel flickered once. Hard. Everything went dim for half a second. And in that half second, I heard something behind me. A pen writing. But I hadn't seen the clerk move. I turned instantly. The clerk was still standing, still motionless, but the ledger on the counter was open again, and new words were appearing on their own. No hand touching it, no pen visible, just ink forming like it remembered how to exist without permission. I leaned forward slowly and read the line forming in real time. "Guest in room 9 has been replaced." My breath stopped. I looked at the clerk. "What does that mean?" I said quickly. But he didn't answer. Instead, he slowly closed the ledger, like the conversation had already ended. Then he did something I wasn't prepared for. He turned away from me. For the first time, dismissed me completely, like I wasn't important enough to keep watching. I stood there frozen, my mind trying to catch up. And then I noticed something behind the counter. A mirror. Small, old, dirty at the edges. And in it, the clerk wasn't alone. There were shapes behind him, not clearly visible, just outlines, standing too still, too close. I blinked. They were gone. I stepped back slowly. My keys felt heavier now, like they were no longer meant to be held. The clerk didn't look at me again, but he wrote one last thing on a fresh slip of paper and slid it toward me without turning. I picked it up slowly and read it. "You should go to room 9 before it forgets you." My hand went numb. Before I could respond, the lights in the motel dimmed again, and from the hallway behind me, I heard a door unlock. The first sound wasn't loud. It was patient, a single step above my head. I froze in the middle of the hallway, keys still in my hand, staring at the ceiling like it had just betrayed me. The motel was supposed to be 1 floor. I knew that when I walked in. I remembered it clearly, the way the hallway ended, the way room 8 was the last door before a blank wall. No stairs, no upper level, nothing. And yet, another step, slow, controlled, like someone was walking carefully so the building wouldn't notice them. My throat tightened. I looked toward the front desk. The clerk was gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement, no explanation. Only the ledger still sitting open, pages gently turning by themselves, like something was still reading me. Then, another step above me, closer this time. I backed up slowly without thinking. My shoes pressed into the carpet. Soft, too soft. like the floor was trying not to make noise back. I whispered hello. No answer, just the ceiling. And that feeling again, like something was listening from inside it. I forced myself to move forward, because standing still felt worse. The hallway felt longer now. Not physically changing, but emotionally wrong. Like every light I passed made me more unsure of where I started. I reached room 8 again. Still closed. Still ordinary. But now I noticed something I didn't before. A faint line on the ceiling above it. A seam. Almost invisible. Like a door had been painted over and forgotten. Another step sounded above me. Right above room 8. I swallowed hard. No second floor, I muttered to myself. But my voice didn't feel confident anymore. I stepped closer to the wall and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Too much silence. Then, breathing. Soft. Close. Not mine. I pulled back instantly. My heart jumped hard against my ribs. This wasn't normal motel noise. This was proximity. Something right above me. I looked around the hallway again. Empty. No stairs, no access, no sign anything was up there. But the ceiling felt lower now, like it was leaning toward me. Another step, and this time, the floor above creaked in response. Not random, not structural. Reactions. I stepped back from room 8 and looked down the hallway. The lights flickered slightly, one by one, like something was walking overhead in sync with the electricity. I whispered again, "There's no upstairs." But even as I said it, my voice sounded uncertain, because the sound kept coming. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. Like someone packing. Watching. Measuring. I moved quickly back toward the front desk. Too quickly. My footsteps echoed louder than they should have. The corridor felt thinner now, like it was tightening around me. When I reached the counter, my stomach dropped. The ledger was closed, but fresh ink was still drying on the top page. And there was something new written there. Not by hand anymore, just appearing, like the page had decided to speak. Guest movement detected on level 2. I froze. My eyes scanned the room. No level 2, I said out loud. My voice cracked slightly. Behind the counter, a drawer slid open on its own. Slow. Careful. Like it expected me to watch. Inside was a tape recorder. Old. Black. Still running. The red light blinked softly. Recording. My hands hesitated before I reached for it. Another step above me. Closer. I grabbed the recorder. It was warm, like it had been held recently. I pressed play. At first only static. Then, a voice. Not the clerk's. Not mine. A different tone, lower, uneven. This is night shift entry log. My breath slowed without permission. The voice continued. Floor 2 remained sealed. No access point confirmed. I looked up instinctively. The ceiling felt closer again, like it was leaning in to hear the recording too. The voice on the tape paused, then said something that made my stomach twist. Footsteps detected anyway. I froze completely. The tape hissed. And then, footsteps, exactly like the ones above me, but inside the recording, perfectly matched. Step, pause, step, pause. My mind tried to reject it, but my body didn't, because I could still hear them above me in real time. And now I could hear them inside the tape too. Two layers of the same sound. But one of them was older. The recording continued, requesting confirmation from upper floor staff. Static, then silence, then the voice returned. Response: no staff assigned. My mouth went dry. No staff. Then who was walking? A sudden loud step above me made me flinch. The tape recorder almost slipped from my hand. And then, a new sound joined. Not footsteps. Dragging. Something heavier. Moving slowly. Above me. I backed away from the counter without thinking. The motel suddenly felt too small. Too compressed. Like something large was occupying space it didn't originally have. The lights flickered harder now. And for a split second, I saw something in the glass of the front door reflection. A shape above the ceiling line. Not fully visible. Just movement. Something packing. Back and forth. I turned off the recorder instantly. The silence that followed was worse, because now I could hear only the real footsteps again. Above me. Clearer. Slower. Deliberate. Like they had noticed I was listening. I whispered, "What are you?" No answer, but the ceiling creaked again. Closer. I forced myself to walk back toward room 8, because I didn't know where else to go. Every instinct screamed at me to leave the hallway entirely, but the exit suddenly felt farther away, like the building was stretching behind me. When I reached room 8 again, I stopped. The seam on the ceiling above it was no longer faint. It was visible now, a rectangular outline, like a door trying to remember itself. Another step came, directly above me, and then a sound I wasn't ready for. A soft scrape, like something pressing against wood from the inside. I looked up slowly, and for the first time, I saw it move. The ceiling panel above room 8 shifted slightly. Not open, not fully, just enough to show it wasn't fixed. Something was testing it, waiting. My pulse hammered in my ears. I stepped back, and in that moment, the hallway lights all dimmed at once. Except one, above room 8. That single light flickered violently, and then stayed on, bright, exposing everything. The ceiling seam, the wall texture, the exact point above me where the footsteps had been coming from. And then, a hand pressed against the ceiling from the other side. Slow, deliberate, fingers spreading slightly, testing the material. My breath stopped completely. It wasn't breaking through. Not yet. Just acknowledging me, like it had finally found the right place. Another hand appeared beside it. Then another step, right above my head. The ceiling creaked louder. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off it. Okay, I whispered to myself. Okay, this isn't real. But even as I said it, the seam widened slightly, and a thin strip of darkness opened above room 8. Not enough to see through fully, but enough to know something was looking down. I couldn't see its face. Only movement. Waiting. The footsteps stopped. Everything stopped. Even the lights. Total silence. That was worse than everything before, because silence meant it was listening now. Then, from directly above me, a whisper, not loud, not distant, right above my head. You checked in below. My entire body went cold. I looked up instantly. The opening in the ceiling was wider now, just enough for shadow to shift inside it. And then the voice continued. But you always arrive late. My keys slipped slightly in my hand. One fell to the carpet. The sound felt too loud. The voice paused, then added softly, "We heard you on floor 2. My throat tightened. "I don't know what that means," I whispered. A long silence followed. Then, the ceiling creaked again, and the voice said something that made my stomach drop completely. "You're standing under your own footsteps." The light above room 8 flickered one last time. And in that flicker, I saw movement above me that didn't belong to anything human I knew. And then the opening in the ceiling widened just enough for something to begin looking down properly. The ledger wasn't supposed to be here. That was my first thought. It was inside room 8 again, sitting neatly on the bed like it had always belonged there. But I knew it hadn't, because I had left it at the front desk. Closed. I remember that clearly. And yet now it was open in front of me, breathing ink across its pages like it was still being written. My hands hesitated before touching it. The room felt quieter than before. Not empty, just waiting. I sat down slowly on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped too much, like something heavier had been sitting there before me. I swallowed hard and opened the ledger. The first page made no sense. Guest names. Dozens of them. But every name had a small mark beside it. A thin line crossing out reality, but not fully erasing it. Like they were still there, just not allowed to exist properly. I turned the page. Then another. And that's when I saw it. Room numbers. But not normal ones. Room 1, room 2, room 3. Then suddenly, room 9. Again. And again. Not in order. Not logical. Just scattered like someone had stopped caring how numbers worked. My fingers slowed as I kept flipping. Every page was the same pattern. Guests arriving. No departures. Only arrivals. Always arrivals. I whispered, "Where did they go?" The room didn't answer, but something in the air felt heavier after I said it. Like the question had weight here. I kept reading, and the more I read, the worse it got. Some entries had short notes beside them. Small sentences written in different handwriting. They stayed in room 4 but refused to leave. Room 6 was empty but occupied. Room 9 is not assigned but still used. My throat tightened slightly at that last line. Room 9 again. Always room 9. I looked up for a second. The door to the room was closed. Still locked. But I swear I could hear something outside it. Not footsteps this time. Pages turning. Like another ledger somewhere in the building was being read at the same time. I looked back down quickly. And that's when I noticed something new. The ink wasn't dry. It was still moving. Not bleeding. Not smudging. Moving. Like it hadn't decided where it belonged yet. I touched one of the names. The moment my finger made contact, the letters shifted slightly. My hand froze instantly. "What the hell?" I whispered. I tried again. This time more carefully. I pressed lightly on a different name. And it changed. Not erased. Not rewritten. Just replaced. Like it was correcting itself based on my attention. My chest tightened. I pulled my hand back fast. The ledger closed slightly on its own. Not fully. Just enough to remind me it could. I looked at the cover. For the first time, I noticed something I missed before. A stamped label faded into the leather. Ridgeway Motel, guest record continuation file. Continuation. Not record. Continuation. That word stayed in my head longer than it should have, because it didn't feel like paperwork. It felt like a warning I hadn't understood yet. I opened it again, flipped deeper, and that's when I saw the section that made everything in my body go cold. A page titled, Non-Existent ROOMS Register. My breath slowed without permission. I read the first line. Room 0 occupied. Room 9 unassigned active. Room 12 not built/used. Room 18 exists only during recording. My hand stopped moving. My mind tried to reject it immediately. Exists only during recording. I whispered it out loud. And the moment I did, the lights in the room flickered. Once, soft, like the building acknowledged me. I turned the page again. And there were more. Room 21, occupant unverified. Room 33, used by returning guest. Room 9, entry point repeated. Entry point. My stomach dropped slightly. I looked up again toward the door. Still closed. But the handle, it was slightly lower than before, like something had pressed against it from the other side. I stood up slowly. My legs felt heavier than they should. I walked toward the door, and for a moment, everything in the room went quiet again. Even the air, even the motel itself. I placed my hand near the handle. Didn't touch it, just hovered. And then, a soft sound came from the other side. Not knocking, not scratching, a page turning. My hand froze midair, because I was still holding the ledger in the other hand. And the sound outside matched it perfectly. Same rhythm, same timing, same weight. I slowly looked back at the book and saw something new had appeared on the page I was just reading. A line that wasn't there before. Guest currently reading record is assigned to room 9. My breath stopped completely. No, I said quietly, that's not how this works. But even as I said it, I felt it. That subtle shift in understanding. Like something had labeled me without asking. I dropped the ledger on the bed. It didn't fall. It settled. Too gently. Like it was already used to being placed there. The door creaked slightly behind me. Not opening. Just reacting. I turned back slowly. The handle had moved again. Slightly down. More pressure now. My heart started beating harder. I stepped back. And that's when I noticed something worse. The mirror on the wall. It wasn't reflecting the room correctly anymore. The bed was empty in the reflection, but I was still standing in front of it. In the mirror, I was already sitting, reading the ledger. My throat went dry instantly. I turned my head slowly toward the bed. It was empty, just like it should be. But the mattress had a deeper imprint now, like someone had just stood up. Behind me. I didn't turn fully. I couldn't. My body refused. Instead, I spoke quietly. Who is there? No answer. But the ledger on the bed flipped a page on its own. Slow. Deliberate. And stopped. My eyes locked onto it. Another new entry appeared. Room 9, guest confirmed present. My breath hitched. And then, the door behind me clicked. Not open. Not fully. Just unlocked. That small sound carried too much meaning. I stepped sideways slowly, still not turning fully, because something in me didn't want to confirm what was behind me. I reached for the ledger again. Maybe instinct. Maybe denial. I opened it quickly, flipped forward, and saw something that made my entire vision blur slightly. A list of current guests, but every name was missing, except one. Mine. Room 9 occupant, active. Below it was a note. Fresh ink. Still forming as I watched. Guest is transitioning between recorded states. My stomach dropped hard. Transitioning, I whispered. The room seemed to tighten again. The air felt closer, like it had less space to exist in. The mirror flickered, and for a fraction of a second, I saw movement behind me. Not fully formed, not stable, just a suggestion of a figure standing near the door. Waiting, not entering, not leaving, just observing. The ledger slammed shut on its own. Loud, too loud. The sound echoed longer than it should have in a room this small. I jumped slightly. My body finally forced me to turn toward the door. Slow, careful, and when I did, there was nothing there. Just the slightly open door. Dark hallway beyond it. Still, empty, but the sound came again. A page turning. Behind me. I spun back instantly. The ledger was open again. But now it wasn't on the bed. It was floating slightly above it. Pages flipping on their own. Faster now. Like something was searching. And then it stopped. One page held open. Centered. Clear. A single sentence written across it. Room 9 is not a place you enter. My breathing became shallow. The letters continued forming underneath. It is a place you become part of. The room lights dimmed again. And for the first time, I felt the bed move behind me. Slowly, like something was settling into it again. My voice came out weaker now. What happens to the other guests? Silence. Then the ledger answered itself. You are reading them. My blood turned cold. I stepped back without thinking, and finally turned fully toward the bed. The ledger was still there, but now it was open on a completely blank page. Waiting, like it had finished speaking. The door behind me creaked again, this time wider. The hallway outside felt darker than before. Longer, and somewhere deep inside the motel, I heard the faintest sound of pages turning in unison. Like every room in the building had opened the same book at the same time. And all of them were reading one name. Mine. The lights flickered once more, and the ledger on the bed slowly wrote itself one final line before going still. Next entry begins when you stop resisting room 9. The exit was right in front of me. I swear it was. The glass doors, the flickering neon sign outside, the empty, rain-soaked road stretching into nothing. But every time I took a step closer, the distance changed. Not by much. Just enough to notice. Just enough to doubt myself. My grip tightened around the room 9 key in my hand. It felt heavier now, like it had stopped being metal and started being memory. Behind me, the motel was silent. Too silent. No clerk, no footsteps, no ledger turning pages. Just that feeling, like something was watching me leave and deciding if it should allow it. I pushed forward anyway. One step, then another. The glass doors reflected me perfectly, but something was wrong in the reflection. My movement was slightly delayed, like the version of me inside the glass was thinking before I was. I stopped walking. So did he. That wasn't normal. My chest tightened. I forced myself to move again, and the reflection moved first, not after. First, I froze completely. The doors were still right there, just a few steps away. But now the neon sign above them flickered harder. Ridgeway Motel. The letters bent for a moment, like they were being rewritten. I whispered, "Okay, this is not real." But my voice sounded weaker than I wanted. I tried again, this time faster. I walked straight toward the exit. No hesitation. The glass door slid open automatically. A soft mechanical sound, almost welcoming. I stepped forward, and the hallway behind me stretched. I felt it more than I saw it. The motel didn't shrink. It refused to end. The exit was still in front of me, but so was the hallway. Behind me, inside me, everywhere at once. My breathing quickened. I turned slightly, just a glance, and my stomach dropped. Room doors lined the hallway again, but they were different now. The numbers were wrong. Then 7, then 9, then 0, then 9 again. The order didn't matter anymore. It never had. I whispered, "I already walked this." And the hallway answered me. Not in words, in sound. A soft page turning behind me. I spun around instantly. Nothing there. Just the exit. Still open. Still waiting. But now the air outside smelled different. Drier. Like it wasn't real enough to be weather. I stepped toward it again. Slower this time. Careful. The glass door stayed open. The neon flickered less. Almost calm. Almost normal. That scared me more than anything. Because normal meant it was pretending. I reached the threshold. My foot hovered for a second. Then, a voice came from behind me. Not loud. Not sharp. Just tired. "You already checked out." I froze mid-step. That voice. The clerk. I turned slowly. The front desk was empty again. But the ledger was there. Open. On the counter. And I swear it hadn't been there a second ago. The pages were flipping on their own. Faster this time. Like they were searching for something urgent. My throat tightened. "I didn't check out," I said quietly. The ledger stopped. One page held open. And words formed instantly. "You tried." My heart pounded. The exit doors behind me creaked slightly. Like they were reacting. I looked back. The road outside was still there. But the motel sign, reflected in the glass, looked different now. It spelled something else. Not Ridgeway Motel anymore. Something I couldn't read properly. Like my mind refused to accept it. I stepped backward instinctively. And the doors slid shut. Slow. Final. The click echoed too loudly. My stomach dropped instantly. No, I moved forward quickly. The doors didn't open. I pressed my hands against the glass. Cold. Too cold. Inside the reflection, I saw myself. Still standing, but not touching the door. Just watching. Waiting. Like I had already accepted this outcome. I knocked once. Nothing. Twice. Still nothing. Behind me, the ledger flipped another page. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't want to turn. But I did. Because not knowing was worse. The page was different now. No names. No rooms. Just one sentence. You reached the exit condition too late. My chest tightened painfully. I whispered, "Exit condition." The lights flickered above the desk. And for a moment, I understood. Not fully, but enough to feel sick. This wasn't a motel. Not really. It was a system, a loop, a place that recorded arrivals but never finalized departures. Something that kept people in motion until they stopped being people. I stepped back toward the doors again, desperate now, pounding the glass harder. "Let me out," I said louder. My voice echoed strangely, like the building was repeating it somewhere else. Behind me, above me, inside the walls. Then, a sound, soft, familiar, footsteps, not outside, inside the motel again. Behind me. I turned slowly, and the hallway was back, longer than before. Doors lined up perfectly again, like nothing had changed, like I had never even reached the exit. My breath hitched. "That's impossible," I whispered. The ledger flipped again, faster, urgent now, pages bending slightly from movement that wasn't wind. And then I saw it, a new entry forming, right in front of my eyes. Guest ME, room 9, status not completed. My knees felt weak. "No," I said, "no, I already." The writing changed mid-sentence. Guest ME, room 9, status returning. My head snapped up. Returning, not leaving. Returning. The word hit harder than fear, because it meant I had already done this. Maybe more than once. The exit behind me flickered in my memory like a bad signal. I turned again. The glass doors were still there, but now they showed something different. A version of me standing outside, watching in, waiting for me to notice him. I stepped closer to the glass. He stepped closer too. Same movement, but not synced. Slightly ahead again. Always ahead. I pressed my palm against the door. He did the same, but smiled slightly. Just barely. Like he understood something I hadn't learned yet. I pulled my hand back fast. My breathing turned shallow. The motel behind me felt closer now, like it had moved while I wasn't looking. The clerk's voice came again. "Calm. Final. You don't leave Ridgeway Motel." I shook my head hard. "I came from outside," I said quickly. "I drove here." Silence. Then the ledger turned a page on its own, and one line appeared. "You arrived the first time." My stomach dropped. The neon sign outside flickered again. And for a second, I remembered something wrong. Not a clear memory, just a feeling that I had been here before, long before tonight. The exit doors shimmered slightly, like they were becoming less solid, less certain. I backed away slowly. The hallway behind me stretched again, doors reappearing where I just came from. Room 8, room 7, room 6, all the way back. Reset, like I had never moved forward at all. I whispered, "This isn't real," but even my voice sounded like it had said it before. Somewhere else, at some other time. The ledger closed on its own. One final sound. Heavy, final, and then it wrote one last line without being touched. "Checkout will complete when room 9 is empty." My chest tightened instantly. Empty. That word didn't feel simple. It felt impossible, because I wasn't in room 9. Room 9 was inside me. Behind me, the hallway lights flickered in sequence, one by one, like counting, like waiting. The exit doors were still there, but they no longer felt like exit. They felt like memory, and memories can change. I stepped back slowly. The motel didn't stop me. It didn't need to, because I was already turning around, already walking back, not because I wanted to, but because somewhere deep down, I understood the worst part. There was never a checkout, only a return with better memory each time. And as I walked back into the hallway again, I heard the clerk's pen start writing behind me, even though no one was holding it. The hospital was too quiet the moment I stepped inside. Not late night quiet, not empty building quiet. This was different, like the sound itself had been removed before I arrived. The sliding doors shut behind me with a soft hiss, and I immediately felt it. Something was off. Not visually at first. Everything looked normal. White tiles, bright lights, clean reception desk. But the silence, it didn't behave like silence should. I cleared my throat on instinct. No echo. Nothing came back. That was the first real sign something wasn't right. A nurse stood behind the reception counter. She didn't look up when I approached, just kept writing on a clipboard. Slow, careful, too careful. I stepped closer. "Hi, I'm here for night shift orientation," I said. No response. She kept writing. Her pen moved like it had a rhythm she couldn't break. I waited a few seconds, then added hello. Still nothing. I leaned slightly forward. Her badge read, "Shift Nurse, Hollow Creek Hospital." I frowned. Hollow Creek Hospital. I had read the name 3 times before coming in. It didn't feel familiar now, like the memory of the place had already started fading. I tapped the desk lightly. "Excuse me." Finally, she stopped writing, slowly lifted her head, and looked at me. Her eyes were tired. Not sleepy tired, more like used up tired. Like she had been awake for something far longer than a human should be. "You're early," she said softly. I blinked. "No, I'm right on time. Shift starts at 10. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she checked something on her clipboard, then said, "No one is scheduled at 10. That made me pause. I took out my phone, looked at my email. Night shift onboarding, Hollow Creek Hospital, 10:00 p.m. I showed her. She didn't even look at it. Just said, "That's not in today's schedule." A strange discomfort crawled up my spine. "Maybe there's a mistake," I said. She finally looked at me again. And for a second, I noticed her hand stopped moving. Completely still. Like even writing had become optional. "No mistakes here," she said. Then went back to writing, as if I no longer existed in the conversation. I stood there for a moment longer than I should have. The hospital behind her looked normal. Too normal. But I noticed something small. The hallway behind the reception desk was too long. Longer than the building's outside shape should allow. I blinked twice. It didn't change. Just stretched into distance that didn't make sense. I shook the thought off. Tired mind, new place, stress. That's all. The nurse finally slid a badge toward me. No explanation. Just placed it on the counter. I picked it up. My name was printed on it, but slightly wrong. A single letter missing. Like the system couldn't decide who I was supposed to be. I frowned. "I think this is wrong," I said. No answer. She was already writing something new. I sighed and clipped it to my shirt. That's when I noticed the sound. A faint intercom buzz above me. Then silence. Then again. A looped crackle like someone trying to speak, but forgetting how. A voice came through. Soft, broken. "Night staff report to assigned floors." Then static. Then nothing. I looked around. The reception area was still empty, except for me and the nurse. "No one else here?" I asked. She didn't look up. "There is always someone here," she said. That line didn't feel normal. It felt memorized, like she had said it too many times. I picked up my small bag and stepped away from the desk. The hallway ahead opened into two directions, left and right, both identical. Same white walls, same soft buzzing lights. But something about the left hallway felt slightly darker. Not visually, emotionally, like it had more weight. I started walking. My shoes made soft sounds against the floor. Too soft. The sound didn't carry. It just died where it fell. After a few steps, I stopped, because I realized something strange. There were no other sounds. No machines. No footsteps. No distant voices. For a hospital, that was impossible. I turned back slightly. The reception desk was still there, but the nurse was gone. Just empty chair. Clipboard still moving slightly, as if it had been written on moments ago. My chest tightened. "Hello," I called out. No answer. I walked back quickly. The desk was empty. The clipboard was gone too. Only the pen remained, still rolling slightly on its own before stopping. I swallowed hard. Okay, that's weird. I told myself it was a shift change. Maybe she left for another task. But something inside me didn't believe that. I turned back toward the hallway and froze, because now the hallway looked longer. Not just slightly, noticeably longer, like someone had stretched it while I wasn't watching. I blinked again. It didn't fix itself. I forced myself to walk forward. Each step felt heavier than the last. The lights above flickered once, then stayed steady. That should have been comforting. It was, because in that flicker I saw something. A shadow at the far end of the hall, standing still, facing me. I stopped immediately. My breath slowed. "Hello," I said again. No answer. The shadow didn't move, just stood there, watching. I took a step forward. It didn't move. Another step. Still nothing. Then suddenly, it was gone. No fade, no movement. Just missing, like it had never existed. I exhaled slowly. My heart was beating harder now. "Okay," I whispered, "that's not normal." I kept walking anyway, because stopping felt worse. The hallway eventually split again. Signboard above read, Ward A right arrow left, Ward B right arrow right. I hesitated. Ward A felt colder. Ward B felt too quiet. I chose Ward A. The moment I turned left, the lighting changed. Not darker, just flatter, like depth had been removed from the world. The walls looked identical but less real. I slowed down. A door opened slightly ahead. Room 101. Then I noticed something that made me pause. The door was already open, but no sound came from inside. No movement. I stepped closer carefully and peeked in. Empty room. Bed neatly made. Machine silent. But something felt off. The room looked unused, yet the air felt disturbed, like someone had just left seconds ago. I stepped back, then heard it. Footsteps. Behind me. I turned quickly. Nothing. The hallway was empty, but the sound continued. Slow, deliberate, like someone walking just outside my vision. I backed up slightly. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. Too fast. Too clean. I turned back toward the room, and that's when I saw it. The bed was slightly indented now, like someone had just sat down. My throat went dry. "Nope," I whispered. I stepped away immediately, but the hallway ahead looked different again. Longer, more doors than before, like the building was adding space behind my back. I checked my phone again. No signal. Of course. I took a deep breath. Just an old hospital, I told myself. Just old wiring, old structure. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because I could feel it now. The hospital wasn't empty. It was aware. And somewhere deeper inside the building, something was repeating my presence back to itself. I started walking again. Faster now, trying to reach the end of the hall. But the end never came closer. Only further. Like it was adjusting itself every time I tried to approach it. Then the intercom crackled again. This time closer. Clearer. New staff member detected. I stopped instantly. My blood ran cold. The voice continued, assigning observation protocol. I looked around quickly. "No," I said under my breath. "No, I'm just staff. I'm supposed to be here." The hallway lights flickered once. Then the voice added softly, "Staff classification incomplete." That hit differently. Incomplete. Like I wasn't fully registered yet. Like the system hadn't decided what I was supposed to become. The lights dimmed slightly. And in that dim moment, I saw it again. The shadow. But now it wasn't far away. It was closer, standing just at the edge of the hallway bend. Still not moving. Still watching. And this time, it didn't disappear when I noticed it. The map was wrong. I was standing right in front of it, staring at the hospital layout printed on the wall, and I could feel my stomach tightening with every second I looked at it. There was a wing that didn't exist. At least, not when I looked up. My fingers slowly traced the laminated surface. Ward A, Ward B, emergency, radiology. Everything was normal. Too normal. But then I saw it. A thin gray line extending from the middle corridor. No label at first. Just empty space stretching into something that didn't match the building I was standing inside. I frowned. "What is that?" I whispered. I leaned closer. The ink looked slightly faded, like it had been added later. Like someone didn't want it noticed. At the end of the line there was text, but it was half smudged. Unmarked W. The rest was gone. My heartbeat picked up a little. I pulled out my phone and opened the hospital floor plan from my email. Same map, but when I compared them side by side, my stomach dropped. The line wasn't there. Not on the digital version. Not in the official file. Only on the wall. I blinked slowly. "Okay, that's weird," I muttered. Behind me, a nurse walked past without looking at me. No greeting. No eye contact. Just fast footsteps disappearing down Ward A. Like I wasn't even there. I turned back to the map. And that's when something changed. Right in front of my eyes. The gray line looked darker now. Like it had just been traced again. Fresh. My breath slowed. I stepped back from the wall. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." But the line stayed. I looked down the corridor. Ward B on the right. Ward A on the left. Both normal. Both bright. Both quiet in that wrong hospital way. But something inside me kept pulling my attention toward the center hallway. The space between them. I started walking. Slowly at first, Then faster. The floor tiles clicked under my shoes in a rhythm that felt too loud. Every step echoed longer than it should, like the hospital was repeating me somewhere else. When I reached the middle corridor, I stopped. There was a door here. Plain, gray, no label, just a handle. I frowned. "This isn't on the map," I said quietly. I checked both directions. No one was watching. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I reached for the handle. My hand hesitated midair. A strange pressure in the room, like the air was waiting to see what I would do. I pulled the door open and stopped breathing for a second. Inside was a hallway, but not like the hospital I was in. This one was colder, dimmer. The lights flickered at uneven intervals. And the walls looked older, like the building had forgotten this part of itself. I stepped inside slowly. The door clicked shut behind me without touching it. I spun around instantly. Locked. Of course. I tried the handle. It didn't move. My throat tightened. "Okay, calm down," I said under my breath. "Just a maintenance corridor." But even I didn't believe that. I turned back toward the hallway. It stretched farther than it should have. Too far, like it was designed for a building twice the size. And then I noticed something else. The silence here was different. Not empty, controlled, like sound had been filtered out on purpose. I took a step forward, then another. The lights above flickered once, then stayed steady. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, far behind me. I froze instantly. Slow, measured, walking toward me. I turned around quickly. Nothing, just the door I came through. Still shut, still silent. But the footsteps continued. Closer now. I backed up slightly. My pulse started rising. "This is not funny," I whispered. The footsteps stopped. Instantly, like they were listening. I didn't move. Neither did they. Then, a soft metallic click echoed down the hallway, from somewhere deeper inside, like a lock being released. My stomach dropped. There shouldn't be locks here. This was a hospital wing. At least it was supposed to be. I moved forward again, carefully now. Every step felt heavier. The hallway seemed longer the deeper I went. Doors started appearing on the sides, but they were all the same. Blank metal doors. No signs. No windows. Just identical surfaces stretching into distance. I passed the first one, then the second, then stopped, because I realized something. There were no room numbers, no markings at all, just doors, like they didn't want me to know where I was. I reached one door and hesitated. A faint sound came from inside. Not voices, not machines. Breathing, slow, controlled. My hand hovered over the handle. "Hello," I said softly. No answer. The breathing stopped. That made it worse. I pulled my hand back. The door clicked slightly on its own. Not opening, just acknowledging me. I stepped away quickly. "Okay, nope," I whispered. And then, the lights flickered. All at once, the entire hallway went dark for half a second, then returned. But something had changed. One of the doors was now open. I hadn't seen it open before. My chest tightened. I didn't want to look inside, but my body moved anyway. Slowly, too slowly. Inside the room was empty. Completely empty. No furniture. No equipment. Just a single chair in the center, facing away from me. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I said again. My voice sounded smaller here, more fragile. The chair creaked, just slightly, like someone had just leaned back in it. I stepped back immediately. My heart was beating harder now. And then I saw it, on the wall inside the room. A hospital map, same layout as the one outside, but updated. The gray line was longer now. It stretched through this wing and ended right where I was standing. My breath stopped. "No," I whispered. I looked down the hallway, and suddenly everything felt wrong, because I realized I wasn't in a corridor anymore. I was inside that line, the unmarked wing, a place that wasn't supposed to exist. The lights flickered again, and this time, I saw movement at the far end of the hallway. Not a person, not fully, just a shape shifting between visibility and absence. Standing still, watching. My throat went dry. I backed up slowly, but the hallway behind me felt different now too. Longer. The doors multiplied when I wasn't looking directly at them, like the wing was expanding as I noticed it. The shape at the end of the hall took one step forward, then stopped, waiting. I whispered I shouldn't be here. The lights flickered again, and for a second, the map on the wall behind me changed. A new label appeared under the gray line. Unmarked wing, active occupancy. My breath caught in my throat. Active occupancy. Not empty. Not abandoned. Occupied. I turned slowly toward the shape at the end of the hallway. It hadn't moved closer, but now I was sure. It was closer than before. And then the intercom crackled faintly somewhere above me. A voice came through. Soft. Broken. New staff member detected in unassigned section. I froze. The voice continued, redirecting observation protocols. Observation. Not rescue. Not assistance. Observation. The lights dimmed slightly. The shape at the end of the hallway tilted its head, like it had heard the same message I did. My body felt cold. Not fear at first. Realization. Because I finally understood something I didn't want to accept. This wing wasn't hidden. It was ignored. And I had just been noticed inside it. The shape took another step forward. And this time, I didn't back away fast enough. The first thing I noticed was the footage loop. It didn't start with movement. It started with absence. A hospital corridor on a grainy security screen. Empty, too still, the kind of stillness that feels edited. Then the timestamp blinked. 11:59 p.m. It jumped to 12:00 a.m. And something in my stomach tightened, because I knew I hadn't moved yet. But the camera had already started watching something I hadn't done. I leaned closer to the monitor in the security room. The glow of the screens painted everything in a cold blue light. Rows of feeds. Ward A, Ward B, ICU, Hallway 3. All of them showing nothing unusual. Except one. Camera 7. The hallway outside room 12. That one felt different. Not visually. Emotionally. Like it was waiting for me to notice it. I pointed at it slowly. "Can you rewind this one?" I asked the night supervisor. He didn't look at me, just kept sipping his tea. Then he said, "You don't need to rewind what already happened." That made no sense. I frowned. What does that mean? He finally glanced at me, and his eyes looked tired in a way I was starting to recognize in this hospital. Like everyone had been awake too long. "Just watch," he said quietly. I turned back to the screen, and then it started. Movement. A staff member entered frame. Nurse uniform. Normal pace. Walking down the hallway like any other shift. But something felt wrong immediately, because I knew that corridor. It led to patient rooms, not exits. She walked straight toward room 12. Stopped. Looked at the door. Then opened it. I leaned closer. "Where does that room lead?" I asked instinctively. The supervisor didn't answer. On the screen, the nurse stepped inside. The door closed behind her. Soft. Final. I waited. Nothing happened. No exit. No return. Just silence. "Okay," I whispered. "She'll come back out." But she didn't. The footage kept running. Time kept passing. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Still nothing. I felt a strange pressure in my chest, like my brain was expecting something that refused to arrive. Then, the camera flickered. Just once. And when it stabilized, the hallway was empty again. I blinked hard. "Did she leave through another exit?" I asked. The supervisor finally spoke. "No one leaves through room 12, he said. My stomach dropped slightly. "What do you mean no one leaves?" He pointed at the screen. "Keep watching." So I did. And that's when I noticed it. The timestamp had changed again. 12:03 a.m. But the hallway looked cleaner. Not physically. Structurally. Like the image had been reset. As if the moment she entered never mattered. I frowned. That's a loop. He didn't respond. Instead, he rewound the footage himself. But not backward. Forward. I leaned in. "What are you doing?" He didn't answer. The screen jumped ahead. And then I saw it. Again. The same nurse. Walking down the same hallway. Entering room 12. Exactly the same motion. Identical posture. Same timing. Same steps. My skin prickled. "That's the same clip," I said quickly. "It's repeating." The supervisor nodded once. "Not repeating," he said. "Continuing." That word didn't sit right. Continuing. I stared at the screen again. The nurse disappeared into room 12 for the second time. But something was different now. The hallway lights flickered slightly longer after she entered. Like the building itself hesitated. Then reset. Empty hallway again. Same frame. Same silence. But now I noticed something small. A shadow at the edge of the corridor. Barely visible. Standing still. Watching the door. I pointed at it immediately. "There, who is that?" The supervisor leaned forward slightly. Didn't answer right away. Then said, "That's shift memory." I turned to him. "Shift what?" He finally looked at me properly. And for the first time, I felt like he was deciding whether I should know this or not. "Everyone who goes into that room," he said slowly, "stays in the shift." My throat went dry. "That doesn't make sense." He nodded slightly. "Exactly." The camera flickered again. Now a third cycle. Same nurse. Same walk. Same door. But this time, I noticed something new. A second figure followed her. Not walking behind her. Just slightly out of sync. Like a delayed echo of her movement. I squinted. "What is that behind her?" The supervisor didn't even look this time. After image, he said. I frowned harder. That's not a real thing. He finally sighed. It is here. The nurse entered room 12 again. Door closed. Reset. Hallway empty. But the afterimage stayed longer this time. Still standing near the door. Watching. Waiting. My pulse started to rise. This is a recording glitch, I said quickly. Old system, corrupted feed. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because glitches don't wait. And this one was waiting. The screen flickered again. But this time, the hallway didn't reset immediately. It stayed occupied. Empty door. But the shadow outside it remained. Longer. Still there. Then, it moved. Just slightly. A tilt of the head. Like it noticed I was watching. I stepped back from the monitor instinctively. No, I whispered. The supervisor finally stood up. Slowly. Too slowly. You shouldn't focus on that one, he said. I looked at him. Why? He paused, then said something I wasn't ready for. Because it starts noticing back. My stomach tightened hard. I turned back to the screen immediately. The shadow was closer now. Not inside the hallway. Closer to the camera. Like it had moved out of the recorded space. That shouldn't be possible. I rubbed my eyes quickly. When I looked again, the camera view had shifted. Not physically, but perspective-wise. Like something was now positioned where the camera should be. Watching outward. At me. I stepped back fast. What is happening? I said, my voice sharper now. The supervisor didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at another screen. Camera 9. I looked and froze. It showed the same hallway, but from inside room 12. Looking out, my mouth went dry instantly, because the door was open now. On that feed, and the hallway outside was empty, except for one thing. A clipboard, sitting perfectly on the floor, like someone had just dropped it, then left. I whispered, where did she go? The supervisor's voice came quietly behind me. They don't go anywhere. I turned slightly. What do you mean? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he rewound camera 7 again. Slow this time. And said, watch carefully. I turned back and saw it, frame by frame. The nurse entering room 12. But now, something was wrong with her exit timing. Because she didn't disappear. She just stopped existing in the hallway feed. Not walking out. Not turning around. Just removed from the system. Like the moment she crossed the door. The recording stopped recognizing her as part of the shift. I felt a cold pressure building in my chest. That's impossible, I whispered. The supervisor nodded slowly. They don't leave the room, he said. They become part of it. I stared at the screen again. The hallway was empty. But now the shadow was gone too. Replaced by something worse. A faint outline. Standing inside room 12. Visible through camera 9. Still. Watching. Waiting. I stepped back slowly. This isn't staff movement, I said. The supervisor finally looked at me again. No, he said quietly. This is what the shift turns into when it doesn't clock out. The words hit harder than I expected, because I suddenly understood the phrase differently. Not a work shift. Not hours. Something else. Something ongoing. The monitor flickered again, and all the cameras glitched at once. Every hallway feed froze on the same image. Room 12. Door open. Empty corridor outside. But inside the room, something had shifted closer to the camera. Closer than before. Almost at the edge of visibility. And then, the feed cut out. One by one. Screens went black. Silence filled the security room. Only the emergency light stayed on. Red. Blinking. The supervisor sat back down slowly. Like this was expected. Like it always ended this way. I swallowed hard. What happens now? I asked. He didn't look at me. Just said, now you understand your shift. I frowned. My shift just started. He finally looked at me and said something I won't forget. No, he said quietly. It didn't. The red light blinked again. And somewhere deep inside the hospital, a distant door clicked open on its own. The first call came when everything else had already gone quiet. Not normal quiet. The hospital had that dead silence again. The kind that presses against your ears like wet cotton. I was sitting in the security room, staring at the black screens. All cameras were still down. Every feed frozen on the same last frame. Room 12. Open door. Empty hallway. That was it. No movement, no update, no reset. Just stuck. The supervisor was gone. He didn't say when he left. He just stood up, looked at me once, and walked out like I wasn't supposed to follow. I didn't. But I also didn't feel alone after he left. That feeling stayed. Like the room was still waiting for instructions. Then the intercom crackled. Sharp. Sudden. I jumped slightly. A burst of static filled the room. Then a voice came through. Soft. Almost tired. Emergency call Ward B, room 12. I froze. My stomach tightened immediately. Room 12. That number again. I leaned closer to the console. Hello, I said quickly. Who is this? No answer. Only static. Then the voice came back again. Same tone. Same rhythm. Emergency call Ward B, room 12. It repeated like a loop. Not urgent. Not panicked. Just rehearsed. Like a recording stuck in a memory it couldn't escape. I stood up slowly. Ward B doesn't even connect to room 12, I muttered. That's when I noticed something. The intercom wasn't calling from outside. It was coming from inside the hospital system. From all directions at once. Like the building itself was speaking. I pressed the radio button. Security to intercom. Repeat location. Silence. Then again. Emergency call Ward B, room 12. But this time, something changed. A second voice slipped in underneath it. Barely audible. Whispering. Don't finish the shift. I froze. My hand stayed on the radio button. Did someone just say something? I whispered. The speaker crackled, then repeated the same emergency line again. But now the whisper was clearer. Don't finish the shift. I stepped back from the console. My heartbeat picked up. No, I said quietly, that's not part of the system. The intercom continued anyway. Looping. Emergency call Ward B, room 12. Emergency call Ward B, room 12. Each repetition slightly slower. Slightly closer. Like it was moving toward me through the speakers. I looked at the cameras again. Still black. Still dead. But something about the silence had changed. It wasn't empty anymore. It felt occupied. Like something was listening from inside the feed. Then the intercom shifted. A new sound. Breathing. Slow. Controlled. Right before the voice returned again. Emergency call. Then pause. Longer this time. And finally, don't finish the shift. My throat went dry. That whisper didn't feel recorded. It felt personal, like it knew I was the only one hearing it. I grabbed my radio again. "This is security," I said quickly. "Identify yourself." The response came instantly. Too instantly. "Don't finish the shift." I stopped breathing for a second. That wasn't answering me. That was responding to me. I looked around the room. Empty, but not empty in the normal way. Empty like something had just left its attention here. And I missed it by seconds. The intercom loop started again. "Emergency call Ward B, room 12. I slammed the system mute. Nothing changed. The voice still came through. Even louder now. Like muting it didn't matter. Like it wasn't coming through the system anymore. It was coming through the building. I backed away slowly. My eyes scanned the walls. The speaker above me flickered slightly. Then the whisper came again. "Closer. Don't finish the shift." I shook my head quickly. No, I'm not part of this." The lights in the room dimmed slightly. Just for a second. Then returned. But when they did, the intercom changed again. Now it wasn't repeating room 12. It said something else. "Ward B, incoming staff." My stomach tightened. Incoming staff. There was no one scheduled. I checked the log sheet on the desk. Nothing. No new entries. No alerts. But the intercom continued anyway. "Incoming staff detected." Pause. Then the whisper returned. "Don't finish the shift." This time it sounded closer, like it was standing right behind the speaker. I turned around instinctively. Nothing, but my reflection in the glass monitor looked slightly delayed. Just a fraction, like it moved a moment after I did. I blinked hard. "Okay, I need to get out of this room," I whispered. I grabbed my keys, walked toward the door, but before I reached it, the intercom stopped completely. Silence hit instantly. No static, no looping call, nothing. That silence was worse. I stopped walking. Then the system beeped once. Single, sharp, like a confirmation. And the intercom came back with one final message. But this time it wasn't looping. It was direct, clear, calm. "Do not complete shift termination." I frowned. "What does that even mean?" I whispered. Then the whisper came right after it, close enough that my skin tightened. "Don't finish the shift." I turned off the intercom power manually. The console went dark. Finally, silence returned. I exhaled slowly, but my relief didn't last long, because even after shutdown, the whisper stayed, not through speakers anymore, through the room itself. I stepped backward slowly. "No," I said under my breath, "that's impossible." Then I heard something outside the room. Footsteps. Slow. Approaching. I backed toward the corner. The door handle didn't move. It was already slightly open. I hadn't noticed that before. The hallway light outside flickered. Once, then stayed steady. A shadow appeared at the edge of the door frame. Not fully formed, just enough to be noticed. I didn't move. The whisper came again, but now it wasn't just sound. It felt like pressure behind my ears. Don't finish the shift. The shadow didn't step inside. It just stood there, waiting, like it knew I would eventually move first. I swallowed hard. Who are you? I asked quietly. No answer. The shadow tilted slightly, like it heard me. Then the intercom console behind me flickered back on. Even though I had shut it down, the screen lit up on its own. One line appeared. No active staff exit logged. My chest tightened. What does that mean? I whispered. The shadow at the door shifted slightly closer. Still not entering. Just observing. The whisper returned again. But this time, it wasn't warning me. It was correcting me. You haven't ended the shift, it said softly. My breath caught. I shook my head quickly. I'm not even supposed to be here this long, I said. The intercom beeped once more, then displayed a new message. Shift continuation required. I felt my legs go slightly weak. This is insane, I muttered. The shadow outside, the door took one step forward. Just one. Enough for me to see a shape inside it. Not human. Not fully. More like something formed from repetition. From something that had been here too long. The whisper came again. Final time. Calm. Certain. Don't finish the shift. And for the first time, I realized it wasn't trying to scare me. It was trying to keep me here. Because something worse happens when the shift ends. And I had no idea what it was yet. But I was starting to understand one thing very clearly. The hospital doesn't let shifts end. It only lets them continue. The morning should have felt like an escape. But it felt like a continuation. I stood in the same security room, where the night had swallowed everything whole. The screens were back on. That was the first thing that didn't feel right. Because I didn't turn them back on. I was sure of that. Yet every monitor glowed softly again, showing clean live feeds of the hospital. Hallways, wards, reception, emergency. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Like nothing had happened at all. I stared at the central log screen, waiting for the night records. They should have been there. Room 12, the intercom, the shift footage, everything. But the system was empty. Completely reset. No night entries. No incidents. No timestamps. Just blank history. I leaned closer. No, I whispered, that's not possible. Behind me, footsteps entered the room. I turned quickly. Morning staff. 3 of them. A nurse, a technician, a supervisor I didn't recognize. They all looked fresh. Rested. Like the night hadn't touched them. The nurse smiled slightly. You're new, she asked. Her voice felt too normal. Too clean. I nodded slowly. I worked night shift. The technician frowned. There was no night shift assigned in this wing. My chest tightened instantly. What do you mean? I asked quickly. The supervisor checked a clipboard, then shook his head. No records from overnight staffing, he said. This section was closed after evening maintenance. I blinked. That's not true, I said. I was here all night. The room went quiet for half a second. Then the nurse gave a small, uncomfortable smile. You probably worked the training loop, she said lightly. I frowned. Training loop. She nodded. It happens sometimes with new systems. Simulated overnight experience. Helps staff adapt to emergency conditions. My stomach tightened. No, I said immediately. This wasn't a simulation. The technician glanced at me now. For the first time, slightly concerned. Did you interact with patients? He asked. I hesitated. Room 12 flashed in my mind. The shadow, the intercom whisper, the shape that noticed me. Yes, I said quietly. That changed the mood instantly. The supervisor stepped closer. Describe them, he said. I opened my mouth, then stopped, because I realized something strange. I couldn't clearly remember faces, or patients, or even exact events. Just impressions, noise, movement, doors, a feeling of being watched. My throat tightened. I don't know, I admitted. The nurse exchanged a quick look with the technician. Not fear, concern, like I was confused, like I was the problem. You should sit down, the nurse said gently. I shook my head quickly. No, I was here. I remember room 12, the intercom, the voices. The supervisor interrupted. There is no room 12 in this wing. Silence dropped instantly. I froze. What? I whispered. He turned his clipboard toward me. It showed the hospital layout. Clean, standard, no unmarked wing, no extended corridors, no room 12. My breathing slowed. That map is wrong, I said quickly. I saw a different one on the wall, there was. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure anymore. The image of the map felt distant, unstable, like something I only half experienced. The technician spoke quietly. There are no undocumented sections in this hospital. I shook my head. I was inside one, I insisted. It spoke. It called itself a shift, it said. I stopped, because I suddenly realized something worse. I couldn't fully repeat the words. They were slipping, like my memory was being edited while I spoke. The nurse softened her tone. Maybe you had a stress episode, she said carefully. Night shifts can do that, especially in unfamiliar environments. That word hit me. Unfamiliar. But I was sure I had walked those halls. I had felt them. I looked around the security room. Everything looked slightly flatter now, like depth had been reduced. Even the air felt different, cleaner, sterile in a way that didn't match memory. The supervisor stepped toward the console. Let's check system logs for confirmation, he said. He typed quickly. I watched the screen. Log retrieval. Access DNID. He frowned. Strange, he muttered. Then tried again. Same result. The technician leaned closer. Try night archive. The supervisor did. The screen flickered. Then, empty record set. My stomach dropped. That's not right, I said immediately. There were cameras running, I saw them, I saw everything. The nurse looked at me now, with something closer to worry. Cameras don't run in that wing at night, she said softly. I froze. Why not? The supervisor answered this time. System shuts them down automatically after maintenance hours. I stared at him. That's not what I saw, I said again. But my voice didn't sound as confident anymore, because something inside me was starting to fracture. Memory and record weren't matching, and I didn't know which one to trust. The technician sighed slightly. Look, he said gently, if something unusual happened, there would be traces, alerts, logs, anything. He gestured at the empty system. There's nothing. I looked at the screen again, and felt it. That sinking feeling of being alone in an experience no one else can confirm. But I remembered something. The whisper. Don't finish the shift. I looked at them quickly. Did anyone say anything about a shift not ending? I asked. The room went quiet again. The nurse frowned. No, she said slowly. The technician shook his head. The supervisor looked confused. Why would someone say that? He asked. I opened my mouth, then stopped, because I couldn't explain it in a way that made sense anymore. It felt like I was describing something that didn't exist outside my head. But I knew I heard it. I knew I did. Right. The nurse placed a hand on the desk gently. Maybe you should rest, she said again. Her tone wasn't dismissive. It was careful, controlled, like they were handling something fragile, something uncertain. I stepped back slightly. I need to see the night footage, I said. The supervisor shook his head. There is no night footage. I felt frustration rising. No, you're wrong, I was there. I saw people enter rooms, I saw them disappear. The technician exchanged another glance with the nurse, then spoke softly. No one entered any rooms last night, he said. That sentence hit differently. Not like a correction, like a correction of reality itself. I shook my head again. No, I remember it. But my voice wasn't as strong anymore, because now I noticed something terrifying. The more I tried to remember details, the less solid they became. Faces blurred, corridors shifted. Even room 12 felt distant now, like it belonged to a different version of me. The supervisor closed the system tab. Whatever you experienced, he said calmly, it didn't register in this hospital system. He paused, then added something that made my skin tight. And if it didn't register, it didn't happen here. Silence stretched across the room. Heavy, uncomfortable. The nurse finally broke it gently. You should file an incident report, she said. I looked at her. What incident? She hesitated. Whatever you think happened. That wording felt wrong. Not comforting. Not reassuring. It felt like containment. Like they were trying to fit something unexplainable into paperwork. I looked down at my hands. They were steady. Too steady. Like my body didn't fully agree with my mind anymore. The technician checked his watch. We should start morning rounds, he said. The supervisor nodded. Then all three of them turned slightly toward the door. Like the conversation was already over. Like I was no longer the focus. That realization hurt more than I expected. I wasn't being denied. I was being dismissed into normality. The nurse looked back at me one last time. Soft voice. If you remember anything clearly later, she said, write it down immediately. Then she paused. And don't try to fill in the gaps. That last sentence stayed with me, because it sounded less like advice and more like warning. They left the room together. The door clicked shut behind them. I stood alone again, in the security room, surrounded by working monitors that showed a hospital I no longer trusted. I opened the system logs one more time, just to be sure. Everything still said the same thing. No night shift. No room 12. No unmarked wing. No intercom anomalies. Nothing. I leaned back slowly in the chair. My mind felt heavy, like it had been overwritten in places I couldn't see. Then, just as I was about to accept the silence, one monitor flickered. Just once. I looked up instantly and saw it. A single frame. Not from camera feed. Not from system logs. Something deeper. A hallway. Dim. Empty. And at the very end, a shape standing still. Watching. The screen froze immediately after that. I stared at it for a long time. Then the system auto-refreshed. The image was gone. Normal feed returned. But my hands were cold now. because even if the records were erased, something still remembered me, and I wasn't sure if it was inside the hospital anymore, or inside the system that refused to admit I was ever there. The file was already on my desk when I arrived. That was the first wrong thing. No request, no assignment, no email trail. Just a thick brown folder, sitting exactly in the center of my workspace, like it had always belonged there. But I knew it hadn't, because I opened that desk myself yesterday. I remember it clearly. Empty surface, clean wood, nothing but my nameplate and a pen that didn't even work. Now there was a file. No case number. No department stamp. Just a single word written in faded black ink. Unlisted. I stared at it for a long moment. Something about it felt heavy. Not physically. Emotionally. Like just looking at it made the room quieter. I reached out slowly and touched the folder. Cold. Too cold for paper. I opened it anyway. Inside were photographs. Black and white. Blurry edges. The first one showed a building. Old hospital structure. But I didn't recognize it. Second photo, a hallway. Too long. Too empty. Third photo. My breath caught slightly. A security room. My security room. Same desk, same monitor layout, same chair. But in the photo, I was sitting there. Except I wasn't looking at the camera. I was looking at something behind it. My fingers went cold. "That's not possible," I whispered. I flipped the page quickly. There was a report attached. No author name. No department header. Just typed lines. Case observation. Shift continuity event. I frowned. Shift continuity, I muttered. I had never heard that term before. I kept reading. Subject, unrecorded personnel entry. My stomach tightened slightly. Unrecorded personnel, I repeated. That sounded like me. But I hadn't done anything unrecorded. I checked the date on the report. It was today, but the timestamp was from 3:14 a.m. I was asleep at 3:14 a.m. At least I think I was. I hesitated for a second, then turned the page. The next section made my pulse jump slightly. Log gap DETACTD between 11:58 p.m. 06:12 a.m. All surveillance systems returned null data. No staff registry entries confirmed. No exit logs recorded. No shift termination detected. I leaned back slowly. That doesn't make sense, I said under my breath. Because I remembered last night. Or I thought I did. The corridor. The intercom. The shadow. Room 12. My hand tightened around the folder. Then I saw something else. A single line at the bottom of the page. Handwritten. Different ink. Different pressure. Almost rushed. It read, "Do not attempt to complete shift termination." My throat tightened instantly. That phrase, I had heard it before. Somewhere. But I couldn't place where. I flipped the page again quickly. The next photo made me stop completely. It was a hallway. But this time there was movement. A figure standing at the far end. Not clear enough to identify. But the posture felt familiar. Like someone waiting. Or watching. Then I noticed something worse. The camera angle. It wasn't CCTV. It was my perspective. I was there, taking the photo. My breathing slowed. "No," I whispered. "No, this is not real." I stood up quickly, looked around the office. Everything felt normal. Too normal. Other officers walked past outside the glass door, talking, laughing, holding coffee cups. Nothing unusual, but none of them looked in my direction. Not even once. I stepped toward the door, opened it. "Hey," I called out to a passing officer. "Did you see this file come in?" He didn't stop, didn't even turn his head, just kept walking. I frowned. "Hello," I tried again. Nothing. He passed right by me like I was air. My stomach dropped slightly. I turned back into the room. The file was still on my desk, but now it looked different. Thicker, like more pages had been added while I wasn't watching. I walked back slowly, opened it again. Another page. This one had my name written at the top, but slightly wrong. One letter missing, like something couldn't fully recognize who I was. Case status, active observer. My eyes narrowed. Active observer of what? I muttered. The page flickered slightly. Not physically, visually, like the ink was unstable. Then new text appeared underneath. Subject has not reported shift ending. My heart rate jumped. Shift ending. That phrase again. I sat down slowly, trying to steady my breathing. "This is some kind of error," I said quietly. "System glitch, corrupted file." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it, because I remembered something else now. A room, a hallway that didn't match the building layout. A whisper, "Don't finish the shift." My hand tightened around the edge of the desk. I looked back at the file. Another page had appeared. No sound, no warning, just there. This time it showed a photo of me, standing in a hallway. But I wasn't alone. Something stood behind me. Close, too close. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel it, even in the photo. My breath hitched. "I wasn't there," I said quickly, but my voice didn't sound convinced. I flipped the page again. The next report line made my stomach twist. Subject EXHIBITS memory corruption after shift exposure. I shook my head. "This isn't real," I repeated. But the word corruption stuck in my mind, because something inside me did feel unstable, like pieces of memory didn't fit together anymore. I closed the file quickly, but it didn't matter. The pages were still changing. Even closed, I could hear it now. Soft paper shifting, like something inside was rewriting itself. I stepped back from the desk. The office felt colder, less solid. I turned toward the glass door again, and froze, because now the hallway outside wasn't empty. There was someone standing there, not moving, just watching. But when I focused, they were gone. I blinked hard. My breathing quickened. "Okay, I need to report this," I said quickly. I grabbed my radio. Static, only static. I tried again. Nothing. I turned back toward the desk. The file was open again, even though I hadn't touched it. A final page had appeared. This one was different. No photos, no reports, just a single sentence. "You are the continuation of the file." My body went cold instantly. "No," I whispered. I stepped away from the desk slowly. That doesn't make sense. But something inside me already knew what it meant, because I couldn't find a starting point for this file. No origin, no case number, no author, because I wasn't reading a case. I was inside one. A slow realization settled in my chest. The officers outside didn't acknowledge me. The system didn't register me. The file kept updating without input, and my memories felt inconsistent, like they were being reviewed, not lived. I backed toward the door, my hand shaking slightly. Then I heard it. Soft. Behind me. Paper turning. I turned slowly. The file was open again, but now it had one more page. A live feed image. My desk. From behind me. I could see myself standing there, looking at it. But the angle was wrong, because something stood just behind me in the image. Too close to the camera. Too close to me. The radio crackled once. Then a voice came through. Calm. Mechanical. Subject acknowledged. I froze. The voice continued. Case file progression stable. My throat went dry. Who is this? I whispered. No answer. Just silence. Then the final line appeared on the file screen. Shift observation complete. Subject awaiting termination response. I dropped the file instantly. It didn't fall. It stayed open in midair for a second, before slowly settling back onto the desk, like gravity didn't fully apply to it anymore. I backed away toward the door. My reflection in the glass looked slightly delayed again, like it was trying to catch up. Then the radio spoke one last time. Not static, not mechanical, almost familiar. Don't finish the shift. I froze completely, because that voice didn't sound like the system anymore. It sounded like me. The first name in the file didn't make sense. I stared at it for a long time, because I knew that person, or at least I thought I did. R. Malik status, deceased pending confirmation. My breath slowed. That's impossible, I whispered. R. Malik was alive. He was in my department. I saw him last week, laughing near the vending machine, drinking cheap tea like always. Alive. Completely alive. I flipped the page quickly. Another name. Seymour status, missing not reported. My fingers tightened on the paper. I knew her too. She worked records. She had a habit of tapping her pen twice before typing anything. I remembered it clearly, but the file said she was missing. Not reported. Not confirmed. Just erased from acknowledgement. I turned the page again. My heart started to beat faster now. Imran Qureshi status, active, no response recorded. That one hit harder, because Imran was standing next to me yesterday. We talked about overtime. He complained about the cafeteria food. He even borrowed my pen. My pen. I looked at my hand instinctively. It was still there, but suddenly it felt heavier, like it didn't fully belong to me anymore. I stepped back from the desk slowly. This is wrong, I said under my breath. This is completely wrong. But the file didn't care. It kept changing. A new page appeared without me touching it, like it was breathing, like it was aware. I forced myself to read. Case note update. Subject list partially active in external reality. My stomach tightened. External reality. What did that even mean? I turned another page. This time there were photos. Not surveillance this time. ID photos. Faces. Normal faces. Smiling faces. The kind you see on employee badges. But each face had a thin red line through it. Not physically drawn. Digitally overlaid. Like a system marking something that didn't exist properly. I stopped at one face. My throat went dry instantly. It was Seima. Her eyes were slightly tilted in the photo. Same expression I remembered. Same faint, tired smile. But under her image, the file read, "No active record of presence." I shook my head quickly. "No, I know her," I said out loud. "She's real." But my voice didn't sound confident anymore, because something strange was happening inside me. Her face felt familiar, but also distant, like I was remembering her from a dream instead of real life. I turned the page again. Another name appeared. Mine. My breath stopped. I stared at it for a long moment. Fahad Raya's status, observing entity, unverified origin. My knees felt slightly weak. "No," I whispered. That's not how it works." I stepped away from the desk, but the file stayed open, even from distance, like it didn't need me anymore. I looked at the office door. People were still walking outside, still talking, still normal. I opened the door quickly. "Hey," I called out to a passing officer again. He stopped this time, looked at me. I felt relief for half a second, then confusion, because his face didn't fully react, like recognition was delayed. "Yes," he said flatly. I held up the file. "Do you know these names?" He looked at it. Long pause. Then he frowned slightly. "I don't recognize any of them," he said. I stared at him. "You work with them," I said quickly. "Are Malik, Seima, Imran?" He shook his head slowly. "No," he interrupted. "Those aren't staff members." Something in my chest dropped. "That's not true," I said. He looked at me carefully now, like I was the one confused. "You might be thinking of different departments," he said gently. Then he walked away. Just like that. I stood there frozen, watching him leave, like I had spoken a language no one else understood. I slowly closed the door. My hands felt colder now. I went back to the desk. The file was open again. Another page had appeared. This one had only one sentence. Observation. Subjects remain functional without recognition. My mind struggled to process that. Without recognition. What does that even mean? I sat down slowly. My head felt heavy. Then I did something I didn't want to do. I checked my phone. Contacts open. I searched R. Malik. Nothing. Seima Noor. Nothing. Imran Qureshi. Nothing. My breath quickened. "That's not possible," I whispered. "They're in my phone." I scrolled harder. Nothing. Empty gaps where they should be, like they never existed in my device. But I remembered them. I clearly remembered them. Right. I looked up quickly. The file had changed again. Now it showed a group photo. All of them, standing in a hallway, smiling, normal. But something was wrong, because in the photo, none of them were looking at the camera. They were all looking at something behind it. At the same point, same direction, same focus. My stomach tightened. I leaned closer, trying to see what they were looking at. But the image was too blurred behind them. Just darkness. Then I noticed something worse. In the corner of the photo, I was standing there too. But I wasn't part of the group. I was behind them, watching. My face was partially turned, like I was observing them, not interacting, just studying. I stepped back quickly. "No," I said sharply. I was not there. But even as I said it, the memory felt unstable. like I was remembering a version of events that didn't match reality. My radio crackled suddenly. I grabbed it instantly. "Hello," I said. Static. Then a voice came through. Low. Soft. Familiar. "Stop checking the file." I froze. My grip tightened. "That's not protocol," I said quickly. "Identify yourself." Silence. Then again. "Stop checking the file." My throat went dry. "Who is this?" I demanded. No answer. Just static again. I looked at the file. Another page had appeared. This time it was different. No names. No photos. Just a list. Active memory HOSDS. Fahed Rayas. Fahed Rayas. Fahed Rayas. My vision blurred slightly. "Why is my name repeated?" I whispered. Then I noticed something. The repetition wasn't identical. Each line had a slightly different timestamp. Different versions of me. Different moments. Like the file wasn't recording people. It was recording versions of experiences. I stood up slowly. My breathing uneven now. "This is not real," I said again. But my voice was shaking. I looked toward the door. The hallway outside felt different now. Quieter. Less alive. I stepped out slowly. No one acknowledged me. Again. I walked further this time. Down the corridor. Passing staff. No eye contact. No response. Like I had started becoming less visible. Less acknowledged. Less real. I stopped near a glass panel. Looked at my reflection. At first it looked normal. Then it flickered. Just for a second. And in that flicker, there were more versions of me behind me. Standing. Watching. Not moving. I turned instantly. Nothing there. When I looked back at the glass, only one reflection remained. But now it was smiling slightly. Even though I was. I stepped back quickly. My heart was beating too fast now. The file. It wasn't just listing people. It was rewriting them. Erasing them. And somehow, I was inside it too. The radio crackled one last time. Soft voice again. Closer now. Almost inside my head. "You are still being observed." I froze completely. Because this time, I didn't recognize the voice at all. But something inside me did. And that was worse. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I sat in my car outside the station, engine off, keys in my hand. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the file. Open. Waiting. Like it was still working even when I wasn't looking. At 3:07 a.m. I gave up. I went back inside. The building felt different at night. Not darker. Just quieter in a way that didn't feel natural. Like sound itself was being reduced. My footsteps didn't echo properly anymore. Even the lights buzzed softer. Half alive. I reached my desk. And stopped. The file was already there. Open. That was the first thing that made my chest tighten. Because I knew I left it closed. I remember closing it. I remember locking my drawer. But now it was sitting exactly in the center of my desk again. Like it had been waiting for me. I didn't touch it at first. I just stared. Then I noticed something worse. The stack was thicker. More pages than before. And on top of it, a fresh photo. Still slightly wet. Like it had just been printed. My hand moved slowly toward it. I shouldn't have. But I did. The photo showed the corridor outside my office. Empty. Normal. But the angle was wrong. It was taken from inside my office, from where I was standing. My breath slowed. No, I whispered. I turned the page quickly. More photos. Different angles. Same corridor. Same time. But each image showed something slightly different. In one, I was sitting at my desk. In another, I was standing near the door. In another, I wasn't there at all. I froze on that one, because it meant the file wasn't just recording me. It was selecting versions of me. I stepped back slowly. Okay, I said quietly. This is some kind of system loop, a glitch. But my voice didn't sound confident anymore, because glitches don't take photos. I looked at the file again. New page. Already updated. Case update. Subject observation continues during non-work hours. My stomach tightened. Non-work hours. I didn't leave. Did I? I frowned. My memory felt thin, like it had missing sections. I flipped the page. Another update. Unauthorized entry into memory recording. State DTCTD. My breathing quickened. What does that even mean? I whispered. Then the radio on my desk crackled softly. I grabbed it instantly. Static. Then a voice. Not calm this time. Not mechanical. Almost irritated. You are reviewing the file again. My body froze. Who is this? I asked sharply. No answer. Just breathing. Not mine. Not static. Something in between. I swallowed hard. Stop doing that, I said. The voice responded immediately. You are not supposed to see updates directly. My grip tightened. I don't care what I'm supposed to see, I said. Tell me what this is. Silence. Then, the report is adapting. I frowned. Adapting to what? A pause. Then the voice said something that made my stomach drop. To you. The radio cut off. Just like that. Dead silence again. I slowly set it down. My hands felt colder now. I turned back to the file, and my chest tightened instantly. New pages had appeared again. Faster this time, like it was reacting to the conversation. The top page now had a title I hadn't seen before. Report feedback loop active. Below it, a list of entries, each one timestamped in real time, each one describing me. Subject shows increased awareness of observation system. Subject attempts external communication. Subject memory instability increasing. My throat went dry. This is insane, I whispered. But the worst part, it was accurate. I did feel unstable. I did feel watched. I did try to call out. I looked up suddenly. The office felt different again. The light flickered once, then stabilized. But something had changed in that flicker. My desk was slightly different. My chair angle shifted, like the room had been adjusted while I wasn't looking. I stood up slowly, walked toward the door, opened it. The hallway was empty, but not normal empty. Too symmetrical, too clean, like it had been reset. I walked a few steps outside. My footsteps sounded delayed now, not echoing, following me slightly behind. I stopped, looked down the corridor, and saw something that made my body go cold. A file on the floor. Same brown folder. Same thickness. Sitting exactly in the middle of the hallway. I approached it slowly. Each step felt heavier. When I picked it up, I already knew what I would see. but I still opened it. Inside was me, not a photo, a report, written in real time. As I was reading it, subject has left original observation position. My hands trembled slightly. I looked around quickly. Nothing there. I turned the page. Movement outside DESIGNATED, MONITORING zone confirmed. I stepped back. This is not possible, I said out loud. But my voice echoed strangely. Like it was being recorded. Like it was being fed back into something. I flipped another page. And froze. Because now it showed a diagram. A layout of the building. But it wasn't the real layout. It was mine. Every position I had walked. Every step I had taken since last night. Marked in red. Tracked. My breathing sped up. I backed away slowly. This is tracking me, I whispered. Then I noticed something else. At the bottom of the diagram, a new line appeared. Live correction. Subject is currently reading report. My stomach dropped instantly. No, I said quietly. I looked down at the page. Another line appeared. Live correction. Subject is DISPLAYNG fear response. I dropped the file immediately. It didn't fall. It hovered for half a second, then slowly returned to the ground. Like gravity was optional for it now. I turned and walked fast back to my office. Too fast. My breathing uneven. The hallway felt longer now, like it was stretching slightly behind me. When I reached my desk, I stopped. The file was already there. Open again. Waiting. But now there was something new inside it. A live image. My face. Close up. But I wasn't looking at the camera. I was looking at something behind it. I stepped closer slowly. And then I saw it. Behind my reflection in the image. Something stood in the hallway. Not fully visible. Just shape. Just presence. I turned instantly. Nothing there. But the file image updated immediately. Now showing my reaction. Subject confirms visual awareness of secondary presence. My chest tightened hard. What secondary presence? I whispered. No answer. Just more pages appearing. Faster now. Like it was excited. Like it was learning. Subject acknowledges report autonomy. Subject shows resistance to observation structure. Subject nearing full integration threshold. I stepped back from the desk. No, I said quickly. No, I'm not part of this system. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure who I was arguing with anymore. The radio crackled again. But this time, I didn't pick it up, because I already knew what it would say. Still, it spoke anyway. Soft. Close. Inside the room. You are no longer reading the report. I froze. You are the report. Silence swallowed the room completely. The file on my desk turned one more page on its own. And this time, it wasn't about me observing anymore. It was about what would happen when the report finished writing itself. And I suddenly understood something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't documenting my shift. It was completing it. It was gone. Just like that. The file wasn't on my desk anymore. Not open, not closed, not hidden. Gone. I stood there for a full 10 seconds, not moving, waiting for it to reappear like everything else had been doing lately. But nothing came back. No pages. No updates. No whispers through the radio. Just empty wood where it had been sitting. I exhaled slowly. Too slowly. That's it, I whispered. It's over. For the first time in hours, the office felt normal again. Too normal. Like the world had finally corrected itself. I should have felt relief. But I didn't, because nothing about this felt like an ending. I checked my desk drawer. Empty. Checked the floor. Nothing. Even the strange cold pressure in the air was gone. Like something had been removed from the room, not just an object. I leaned back in my chair. My shoulders loosened slightly. Maybe it was a system error. Maybe the file corrupted itself and deleted. Maybe. The intercom crackled. I froze instantly. Not static this time. A clean sound. A normal system tone. Morning operations update, a voice said. Female calm professional. We are closing all pending case entries under administrative reset. My stomach tightened slightly. That wording felt wrong. Closing cases, I muttered. The voice continued. No active incidents remain under last night's record set. I frowned. That's impossible, I said under my breath. Then something colder hit me. Last night. The names. The people. Are Malik. Seima. Imran. My mind tried to grab them, but the edges felt slippery, like someone had oiled the memories. The voice continued. All listed anomalies have been resolved. Resolved. Not investigated. Not explained. Resolved. I stood up quickly, walked out of my office. The hallway was already moving with staff. Normal pace. Normal noise. Coffee cups, papers, shoes on tile. Everything felt restored. But something inside me was still tense, like a wound that hadn't fully closed. I stopped a passing nurse. Hey, I said quickly. Did anything happen last night? Any incidents? She looked at me confused. No, she said. Why would there be? I swallowed. Did you hear about any missing staff? She frowned. Missing staff, she repeated, then shook her head. No, everyone's on schedule. Then she walked away. Just like that. No concern. No hesitation. I stood there for a moment, my pulse slowly rising again. I walked toward the records office. Fast now. Something felt off again. The air didn't feel as clean as it did before. It felt reset, like someone had pressed a button on reality and overwritten the last version. Inside the records office, the supervisor was already at his desk. He looked up when I entered. Morning, he said casually. I didn't return it. I need last night's personnel log, I said immediately. He frowned slightly. Which night? He asked. I paused. Last night, I repeated. He tapped a few keys, then shook his head. No entry exists for last night, he said calmly. I blinked. That's not possible. He looked at me like I was overreacting. System reset was done at 11:59 p.m., he said. Standard procedure. My stomach dropped slightly. No, I said. There was a full shift. People were here. He tilted his head. According to records, he said slowly, no overnight staffing was scheduled. My breathing tightened. That's wrong, I said again. But even as I said it, I felt something shift inside my memory, like I was reaching for something that wasn't fully there anymore. I left the office quickly, walked faster now, through corridors, passing more people, all normal, all calm. But I started noticing something strange. No one mentioned last night, not even casually, not even in passing. It was like the night had been erased from conversation itself, like language had been updated to skip it. I stopped near the cafeteria. Our Malik should have been there. He always was around this time. T, smiling, loud voice. I walked in, looked around. Empty table. No sign of him. I frowned. A staff member walked past me. Hey, I said quickly, where's Malik today? She paused, looked confused. Who? She asked. My chest tightened. Our Malik, I repeated, from security. She shook her head slowly. I don't think anyone by that name works here. I stared at her. For a second, I almost laughed. But nothing came out, because something worse was happening now. The certainty in my memories was weakening. I walked out of the cafeteria slowly. My hands felt slightly cold. I pulled out my phone, opened contacts, scrolled. R. Malik. Still nothing. Seema. Nothing. Imran. Nothing. I stopped walking. My breath slowed. This isn't just deletion, I whispered. It's rewriting. Then my phone vibrated. One notification. System update complete. I frowned. Opened it. A single message appeared. Case archive status closed. Below it, a list. Names. All the names from the file. But each one now had a status. Not applicable. Non-existent. Unassigned. My stomach dropped. I started walking again. Faster. Back to my office. Because I needed to see it. I needed to confirm it wasn't just me. When I reached my desk, I stopped. The file was back. Open. Exactly where it had been before. My breath caught instantly. No, I whispered. I saw you disappear. I stepped closer slowly. The pages were clean. Empty. No names. No photos. Just one line at the top. Case status, closed without observation. My hand shook slightly as I touched it. The paper felt normal now. Warm. Ordinary. But I knew better. Something had changed. I flipped the page. Blank. Another page. Blank. Every trace was gone. Like it had never existed. But then I noticed something at the very bottom corner of the last page. A faint imprint. Almost invisible. But there. A list of names pressed into the paper like ghost writing. And I recognized them instantly. R. Malik. Seema Noor. Imran Qureshi. My throat tightened. They're still here, I whispered. They're just not visible. The radio on my desk crackled again. I didn't even hesitate this time. I grabbed it immediately. Silence. Then the same voice. Calm. Final. Closure successful. I shook my head. No, I said quickly. You didn't close anything, you erased them. A pause. Then, they were never recorded as existing. My grip tightened. I remember them, I said. Another pause. Then the voice responded softly. Memory is not verification. That hit differently. I stood there in silence, because that meant something terrifying. If memory wasn't proof, then what was I holding on to? I looked around the office again. Everything felt stable, but now I noticed small gaps. A chair missing, a nameplate gone, a computer reset. Tiny absences that didn't feel important alone, but together felt like erosion. Like the world was quietly correcting itself around missing data. I sat down slowly, my hands trembling slightly now. Then I saw something outside the glass door. a staff member walking by. I knew her. I was sure I did. But I couldn't remember her name. I tried and failed. She passed by without looking in, like I wasn't part of her memory either. I leaned back slowly. Something inside me settled. Not peace, not relief. Something worse. Understanding. The file wasn't just deleting people. It was removing their permission to exist in the system of reality itself. And I had watched it finish. The radio crackled one last time. Soft, almost gentle. Case closed. Then a pause. And a final line that made my skin go cold. Observer retained for continuity. I froze, slowly looked at the empty desk beside me. Because suddenly, I wasn't sure if I was the one who stayed, or the last record left to confirm they ever existed at all. It started with a light that shouldn't have been on. A small red blink. Once, then again, from the empty apartment across the hall. I remember standing there, holding my grocery bag, staring at it longer than I should have. Because that unit has been empty for months. At least that's what everyone said. Unit 6B. Do not rent, maintenance only. That's what the landlord told me on move-in day. I remember his exact words. But now, standing in the hallway at 11:42 p.m., I was watching a camera light blink inside it. Slow, patient, like something was watching back. I whispered without meaning to, "That's not possible." The hallway light buzzed above me. Too loud suddenly. I stepped closer. My footsteps felt heavier than usual, like the building was listening. The door to 6B was slightly open. Just a crack. I hadn't noticed that before. I shouldn't have looked inside. But I did. And that's when I saw it. A camera, mounted in the corner of the living room. Its red light blinking directly at the door. Not random. Not broken. Focused. On me. My throat tightened. I stepped back immediately. "No," I said under my breath. "No one lives there." But the camera didn't care what I believed. It kept blinking. Slow. Deliberate. Like it had already recorded me noticing it. I turned away fast and walked to my apartment. Locked the door behind me. Twice. Then again. Just to be sure. But my hands were shaking slightly. Not from fear exactly. From confusion. Because cameras don't run in abandoned units. Right. I sat on my bed, staring at the wall, trying to convince myself I saw nothing. Just a faulty device. Maybe maintenance left it on. Maybe. A soft click came from outside. I froze instantly. My eyes moved toward the door. Another click. Like something adjusting. Then silence again. I didn't move for a full minute. Then my phone vibrated. I jumped slightly. Unknown number. One message. No text. Just a photo. My chest tightened before I even opened it. Because I already knew what it would be. I tapped it. And my stomach dropped instantly. It was me. Standing in the hallway. Outside 6B. But the angle wasn't from above. It was from inside the apartment. From the camera. My hand went cold. I stared at it. "This is impossible," I whispered. I checked the timestamp. 1 minute ago. I hadn't been outside since I came in. I stood up slowly. Walked to my door again. Looked through the peephole. Empty hallway. Silent. But now I noticed something new. A faint reflection on the metal surface. A tiny red dot. Blinking. I stepped back instantly. No, I said again, sharper this time. My heart started beating faster. Because now I understood something I didn't want to understand. The camera wasn't just inside 6B. It was moving. I grabbed my keys. I shouldn't have. But I did. And I walked out again. This time slower. Careful. Every step felt louder than before. When I reached 6B, the door was fully open now. I hadn't touched it. Inside, the apartment looked empty. Dusty. Faded. But the camera was gone. I frowned. Stepped inside slowly. The air felt different. Heavier. Like I had entered a space that didn't expect visitors. "Hello," I called out quietly. No answer. I walked further in. Living room. Kitchen. Bedroom. Empty. Completely empty. No camera. No light. Nothing. I let out a small breath I didn't realize I was holding. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe stress. Maybe. Click. Behind me. I turned instantly. The camera was now on the ceiling fan, pointing directly at me. Red light blinking. Active. My breath stopped. "How did you?" I started. Click. It moved again, now facing the hallway behind me. Then back to me. Then the window. Like it was scanning. Studying. My skin went cold. I stepped back slowly. "What do you want?" I whispered. The camera tilted slightly. Not mechanically. Not like a broken device. Like an answer. Then my phone vibrated again. I looked down instantly. Another photo. This time, inside the room. From the camera. But now I was in the frame. Standing exactly where I was standing. But something was wrong. In the photo, I was not alone. There was another shape behind me. Blurred. Too tall. Too close. I turned immediately. Nothing. Empty room. But my reflection in the window didn't move for half a second. I froze. My reflection slowly caught up. Then blinked. But I didn't blink. I stepped back quickly. "No," I said again, louder now. "This is not real." The camera rotated slightly. Following me. Always following. Click. Another angle. Now from the corner of the ceiling. Watching me from above. I looked up. Nothing there physically. But the red light still reflected faintly in the glass. Like it existed in more than one place at once. My breathing got faster. I walked toward the door. Slow. Careful. But the camera moved again. Now directly blocking my path. Pointed at my face. Red light steady. Unblinking. I stopped. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, I get it, you see me." The camera tilted slightly. Almost like agreement. Then, the feed changed. My phone vibrated again. I hesitated before looking. This time it wasn't a photo. It was a live video. My POV. From inside the apartment. But I was not holding the phone. In the video, I was standing still, facing the camera, and behind me, the door to 6B slowly closed on its own. My stomach dropped. I turned instantly in real life. The door was still open, but in the video, it was closed. I looked back at my phone. My recorded self was still standing there, not moving, just watching the camera. Then the image froze. A new message appeared. Observation complete. My hands started shaking now. "What is this?" I whispered. Click. The camera shifted again. Now closer. Too close. Like it had moved inside my personal space. The red light brightened slightly. Then another message appeared on my phone. "You are now part of the recorded environment." My throat went dry. I backed toward the door slowly. But something felt wrong now. My movements felt delayed. Like the room was reacting a second after I moved. I looked at the camera. It was still, but watching. Always watching. Then I noticed something horrifying. The blinking red light wasn't just a signal anymore. It was counting. 1. Pause. 2. Pause. 3. Like it was indexing me. Storing me. Processing me. My breathing got shallow. I turned and ran. Out of 6B. Back into the hallway. But the hallway felt different now. Longer. Slightly distorted. Like it stretched after me. My phone vibrated one last time. I didn't want to look. But I did. Final image. It was my apartment door. Closed. And inside the peephole, a red light blinked. Slow. Steady. From the inside. And underneath it, a single line appeared. Camera relocated. I froze in the hallway. Slowly turned back. 6B was empty again. But now I knew something worse. The camera wasn't installed in the apartment. It was installed in reality itself. And it didn't matter where I went anymore, because I was already inside its frame. The first time I saw it, I thought the camera was broken. The screen showed me standing in the hallway, still, not moving, just staring at something off frame. But I hadn't even walked into that hallway yet. My heart dropped so fast it felt like my stomach forgot how to hold it. The monitor blinked once, twice, and then the image changed. Now I was walking. Slow, careful, like I already knew something was wrong. But I didn't know anything, not yet. That's when I understood the worst part. The footage wasn't recording the past. It was showing me the future. And I was already inside it. I stepped back from the control desk so fast my chair hit the wall behind me. The sound echoed through the empty security room, too loud, too sharp. The kind of sound that makes you realize how silent everything else is. No one came running. No voices outside. No footsteps. Just that buzzing hum of the monitor, steady and patient, like it had all the time in the world to show me what I didn't want to see. I stared at the screen again. Now I was closer to something. A door. Room 12. Except there was no room 12 in this building. We only had up to room 9. I remember whispering it without meaning to. That's not possible. But the screen didn't care what was possible. I watched myself reach for the door handle. My hand on the screen trembled before I even moved mine in real life. I checked my own fingers. They were still, but on the monitor they were already shaking. Already afraid. Like my body knew something my mind hadn't caught up to yet. I felt a cold pressure building behind my eyes. Not pain exactly, more like awareness turning against me. I grabbed the edge of the desk to steady myself. "Okay," I said quietly. "This is just delayed footage or a loop." I wanted to believe that. But then the image changed again. This time I wasn't alone. Behind me, on the screen, there was something standing in the hallway. Tall, too still. Not moving like a person waiting. Moving like something that had already decided it didn't need to move anymore. I turned around instantly. Nothing. Just the hallway behind the glass window of the security room. Empty. White walls. Flickering light at the far end. But on the screen it was still there. Standing right behind my future self. Watching. I stepped closer to the monitor, my breath shallow now. "Show me again," I whispered like it could hear me. And it did. The footage rewound itself. Not smoothly. Not like a video player. It jerked backward like something was pulling it from the other side. Then it stopped and played forward again. This time slower. Clearer. I watched myself walk down the hallway toward room 12 again. But now I noticed something I missed before. I wasn't walking normally. My steps were uneven. Like I was trying not to make noise. Like I was afraid of waking something up. I leaned closer. My reflection in the glass of the monitor overlapped with the image, and for a second I couldn't tell which one was real. Then I saw it. In the footage, my lips were moving, even though I wasn't speaking right now. I couldn't hear anything from the speakers, but I knew what I was saying before I even saw it clearly. No, I didn't know, but I felt it. The words formed slowly on the screen. "Don't turn around." My throat went dry instantly, because I had just turned around a few seconds ago, and there had been nothing behind me. At least, I thought there hadn't been. My eyes flicked to the hallway window again. Still empty, but now I wasn't sure if I trusted what empty meant anymore. The footage continued. I watched myself reach room 12. My hand paused before touching the handle, like I was hesitating, like I was listening, for what I didn't know. Then the screen glitch spiked, a flash of static, and for half a second I saw something new. Not me, not the hallway, a face pressed too close to the camera. No details, just skin too pale and eyes that didn't reflect light properly. And it was smiling. The image snapped back. I stumbled back from the desk so hard I almost fell. My heart was slamming now, loud enough to feel painful. "What the hell is this?" I said, but my voice broke halfway. I forced myself to look again. The footage was normal again. Almost. I was still standing in front of room 12. But now the door was slightly open, and I was whispering something inside. Something I couldn't hear. Something the future me already knew I wasn't supposed to say out loud. Then the monitor froze. Completely. The image locked. My future self stopped moving. The hallway went silent. And then, very slowly, the camera feed zoomed in on the door crack, like something inside was pulling attention toward it. I leaned closer without thinking. That's when I heard it. Not from the speakers, from the room behind me. A faint sound, like breathing. I froze, every muscle locked in place, because I knew one thing instantly. There was no one else in this room. I turned my head slowly, just enough to see the corner behind the desk. Empty. Still, but the breathing didn't stop. It came again, closer this time. Soft, measured, like it had been watching me the whole time I was watching the screen. I didn't move. I didn't blink. My eyes stayed fixed forward, on the frozen image of myself standing at room 12, waiting, and then the screen flickered. Just once, and the future version of me turned its head. Not toward the door, not into the room, toward the camera, toward me, as if it finally noticed I was watching. Our eyes met, and my stomach twisted so hard I thought I might collapse, because my future self wasn't scared. It looked tired, like it had already accepted something I hadn't reached yet. Then its lips moved again. One word. Clear this time. Get out. The screen went black. Silence dropped like a weight. And in that silence, I realized something worse than everything else. The breathing behind me had stopped, which meant it was closer now. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My body refused. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs didn't move. Because deep down, I understood something I didn't want to accept. The footage wasn't just showing the future. It was showing what was already decided. I slowly reached for the desk drawer. Inside, I found the log sheet for the camera system. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped it. The last entry was stamped with today's date. But the time was wrong. It was set for 3:17 a.m., a time that hadn't happened yet. And written under it, in handwriting that looked like mine but wasn't quite mine, were 3 words. Don't finish shift. My mouth went dry again, because I realized I had seen that line before. Not in the footage, not in the log, but somewhere deeper, like it had always been waiting for me to notice it. Behind me, the monitor powered back on by itself. No button press, no restart, just light returning like nothing had ever gone wrong. And on the screen, I was still standing at room 12, still waiting, but now the door was fully open, and something inside was waiting for me to step in. The breathing behind me returned, even closer than before. And this time, I understood the real question. Not what was in the room, not what was behind me, but whether I had already walked into this moment before, and just forgotten it. The screen flickered one last time, and I saw myself take a step forward. It started outside the building this time. That was the part I couldn't explain away anymore. Inside the hospital, I could blame the lights, the silence, the broken systems, even my own fear. But outside was supposed to be normal. Cars passing, wind, people talking, life continuing like nothing was wrong. Yet I stood in the parking lot, keys still in my hand, and felt it again. That same pressure, like something was watching me from a place I couldn't point to. Not behind me, not in front, just everywhere at once. I turned slowly, scanning the dark edges of the building. The hospital looked normal from the outside. Too normal. White walls glowing under streetlights, windows dark, no movement. But I knew better now. Normal didn't mean safe here. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I jumped so hard I almost dropped it. Unknown number. No name. No location. Just a single message. You left early. My throat tightened instantly. I stared at it for a long second, waiting for it to change or disappear. It didn't. I typed back without thinking. Who is this? The message delivered, but no reply came. Instead, my phone screen flickered, and for a split second, I saw something else underneath my messages. A live camera feed. Me, standing in the parking lot. From above, from somewhere I couldn't see. My stomach dropped so fast I felt dizzy. I looked up immediately. The roof of the hospital was dark. No lights. No movement. But the angle of the feed didn't match anything I could see. It was higher, closer, like someone was standing just above me, watching through something that shouldn't exist. I stepped back toward my car, heart already too loud in my ears. This is not real, I whispered. But my voice sounded weak, even to me. The phone vibrated again. Another message appeared. You always say that. I froze. My fingers went cold around the screen. Always. I didn't remember typing anything like that. I looked around the parking lot. Empty. Too empty. No other cars leaving. No security guard. No distant traffic sound that I could trust. Just the hospital behind me. And that feeling again. Not of being followed. Of being recorded. Like I wasn't moving through space anymore. Like I was moving through something already written. I opened the car door fast and got inside. Locked it instantly. Tried to breathe. In. Out. But the air felt wrong. Thicker somehow. Like the car wasn't fully separated from outside. My phone lit up again. No vibration this time. Just a message appearing by itself. You shouldn't have left the building. I stared at it. Then my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. At first I saw nothing. Just the empty back seat. Dark. Still. Normal. But I kept staring anyway. Because something about normal didn't feel reliable anymore. And that's when I noticed it. The reflection wasn't matching my movement. I raised my hand slightly. The reflection stayed still. Not delayed. Not lagging. Just not responding at all. Like it wasn't me anymore. My breath caught in my throat. I tried again. Slowly moved my head. The reflection didn't follow. Instead, it was looking somewhere else. Past me. Toward the back seat. My heart stopped for a fraction of a second. I forced myself to turn around. Empty. Nothing there. But the mirror still showed it. The reflection was staring at something sitting directly behind me. I swallowed hard. Okay, I whispered. Okay, no, this is not happening. I turned back to the mirror. The reflection finally moved. Slowly. It smiled. Not me. It. The version of me in the mirror. A small, tired smile. Like it had been waiting a long time for me to notice. Then it lifted its hand and pointed outside the car, toward the hospital. I didn't want to look, but my eyes followed anyway. The hospital entrance looked the same, until the glass doors shifted, just slightly, like they weren't doors anymore, like they were blinking, opening, closing, opening again, but no one was touching them. And then I saw something that made my chest tighten painfully. A figure, standing inside the entrance, still, watching, too far to see clearly, but familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. I didn't remember seeing it walk in. I didn't remember anyone else being there, but it felt like it had always been there, waiting for me to notice it. My phone buzzed again. This time a voice message. I didn't press play. It started anyway. A whisper filled the car. Close. Too close. Like it was speaking right next to my ear. You are still inside. I pulled the phone away instantly. My hands were shaking now. No, I said out loud. I left, I'm outside, But even as I said it, something felt wrong. The air inside the car didn't feel like outside air. It felt recycled, like it had been inside something for a long time already. My eyes drifted to the dashboard clock. It was stuck, not frozen, not broken, just repeating the same second. Again, and again, and again. I slammed my hand against it. Nothing changed. The whisper came again. Not from the phone this time. From the car speakers. You never left. My breath stopped completely. Slowly, I turned the ignition off. Silence dropped. But it wasn't relief. It was worse, because silence meant I could hear everything else. And now I could hear breathing again. Not outside, not behind me, inside the car. Very close, very patient. I didn't move, didn't blink. The rearview mirror shifted slightly on its own, and the reflection in it leaned closer, until its face filled the glass, until it was almost touching mine. It smiled again, and this time it wasn't just the reflection. It spoke without moving its lips. "You checked out too early." My hands locked on the steering wheel, because I finally understood something I didn't want to understand. Leaving the building didn't mean escaping it. It meant bringing it with me. The hospital lights flickered once behind me, and when I looked up again, I was no longer parked outside. The car was gone. The street was gone. Only the hospital remained. And I was standing at the entrance again. Keys still in my hand. Door slightly open. Like I had never left at all. And somewhere inside the building, something was waiting for me to finish the shift I never really escaped from. The first time I saw it loop, I thought it was a glitch. The second time, I stopped breathing. By the fifth time, I realized I was already inside it. The monitor showed me standing in front of my apartment door. Keys in hand, hands shaking slightly. Normal night, normal moment. Except I remember watching it thinking, this is not the moment I lived through. This is the moment that keeps happening. Over and over. And I am always a few seconds behind it. The recording started clean. No static. No distortion. Just me. Walking down the hallway. Slow steps. Careful breathing. Like I was trying not to wake something inside the walls. I leaned closer to the screen without realizing it. My reflection in the glass blended with the footage. For a second, I couldn't tell which one was real anymore. Then the loop restarted. Same hallway. Same steps. Same me. But something changed. My head turned slightly earlier this time. Like I was reacting to something before it even appeared. I whispered under my breath, "No, that didn't happen." But the footage didn't care what I remembered. It kept going. I reached the door again. Keys raised. Paused. That exact hesitation. That exact moment where a person feels watched but refuses to admit it. I know that feeling, because I was feeling it now too. Even while watching it. The recording flickered. Not a full glitch. Just a tiny shift. Like reality itself blinked. And behind me in the footage, something was closer than before. Not visible clearly. Not fully formed. Just a darker space where the hallway light should have been. I stepped back from the monitor. My back hit the chair behind me. I didn't remember sitting down. The loop restarted again. This time faster. No break. No pause. Just me walking straight into the door. Again. And again. And again. Each version slightly wrong. Each version slightly more aware. Each version a little more afraid than the last. I pressed my hand against my forehead. "This is not real," I said. But my voice sounded weak in the empty room. Too weak. Like even I didn't believe it anymore. The screen shifted again. New detail. A sound this time. Not in the video. In the room. A soft knock. I froze instantly. The footage continued. Me reaching the door. The same door I was standing near right now. In real life. I turned slowly toward my apartment door. No movement. No second knock. But the recording didn't stop. It showed me putting the key in. Slow, deliberate, like I already knew what was waiting behind it. My hand in real life started shaking harder because I realized something I didn't want to realize. The footage wasn't just repeating. It was predicting, or worse, training me, teaching me how to enter something I hadn't fully entered yet. The loop reset again. But this time, I wasn't alone in the footage. Behind me stood something in the hallway. Closer now. Too close. The light didn't touch it properly, like it refused to be seen completely. My breath caught. I didn't move. The footage me didn't react either. But the thing behind me leaned slightly closer, as if it was learning the timing too, as if it understood the loop. I whispered, "What are you?" The screen flickered violently, and for the first time, the loop didn't restart cleanly. It stuttered. It froze halfway through my movement. My hand on the key. My breath held. My body halfway between outside and inside. Then a new frame appeared. Different angle. Not from the hallway camera anymore. From inside the apartment. Looking out. At me. Standing at the door. My stomach dropped so hard I had to grab the desk. Because I wasn't watching a recording anymore. I was being recorded from inside. The loop continued. Now from the inside perspective. Me outside the door. Standing still. Not moving. Waiting. And behind me in the hallway. Something waiting behind me in the real hallway too. I turned my head slowly in real life. The hallway outside my room was empty. But I didn't trust empty anymore. The footage showed me opening the door. Slow. Controlled. Like something was guiding the movement. And then, inside the recording, I stepped in. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, everything in the footage went silent. No motion. No sound. Just me standing inside my apartment. Looking around. Like I had forgotten something important. The loop should have restarted. But it didn't. Instead, the camera zoomed in. Slowly. On my face. And I saw it. My eyes weren't looking at the room. They were looking directly at the camera. At whoever was watching. At me. And my lips moved. But no sound came. So I leaned closer to the screen. Trying to read it. Trying to understand what future me was trying to say. The words formed slowly. One by one. Don't close the door. My heart stopped. Because at that exact moment, my hand in real life was on the apartment door. Halfway closed. I hadn't even noticed it moving. My breath hitched. I looked down at my hand. It was still moving. Still pushing. Slowly. Naturally. Like my body had already accepted the instruction from the recording. I pulled my hand back fast. The door stopped moving. Just inches from closing fully. Silence fell. Heavy. Wrong. Then the monitor flickered again. The loop started one last time. But now everything was different. No hallway. No apartment. Just darkness. And my voice, whispering from inside it. Closer than before. Too close. You already came in. I stepped away from the desk. My legs felt weak. Because I finally understood what the loop really was. It wasn't showing me the future. It wasn't even predicting me. It was trapping me in the moment I kept repeating without realizing it. Every replay was another version of me stepping closer to the same ending. and I was running out of versions. The screen went black. For the first time. Complete silence. No loop. No footage. Just a reflection returning faintly on the dark monitor. My own face. Watching me, but not moving when I moved. And behind my reflection, the apartment door slowly started closing on its own. The first thing I saw was the headlights. They were cutting through the fog like two tired eyes that refused to blink. The engine was still running, soft, steady, like whoever owned the car had just stepped out for a second but never came back. My radio crackled behind me, but I didn't answer it. I was already walking toward the vehicle. The road was empty, too empty. No traffic, no wind. Just that low hum of an idling engine and the faint smell of burned fuel hanging in the air like something had just ended here or was about to begin again. I remember thinking, this is wrong. Because police cars don't sit like this in the middle of nowhere. Doors closed. Engine running, driver gone. I stopped a few steps away. The windshield was fogged from the inside. That detail made my stomach tight, because fog inside a car doesn't happen unless someone is breathing in it. Someone had been here, or was still here. I slowly reached for the door handle. It was warm. That's when I felt it. Not sound, not movement. Just that feeling you get when something is aware of you noticing it. My partner called out from behind me, his voice sharp through the fog. Hey, don't touch it yet. But I already had. The door opened with a soft click. The interior light flickered once, then stayed on. Empty. Driver seat untouched. Seatbelt hanging loose like it had just been released seconds ago. But the steering wheel. It was wet. Not water, not condensation. Something darker. My eyes moved to the dashboard. The GPS screen was still on. And it wasn't showing a map. It was showing a live feed. Of us. Standing there. Looking into the car. I stepped back without thinking. My partner saw my face and moved closer. What is it? I didn't answer, I couldn't. Because the feed changed. Now it wasn't showing us anymore. It was showing the inside of the car. From behind the driver's seat. As if someone was sitting there. Watching us breathe. My partner cursed under his breath and reached in to shut the engine off. The moment his hand touched the ignition, the radio inside the car turned on by itself. A voice came through. Calm, flat, too close. Unit 7, why did you stop the shift? My partner froze. I felt my throat tighten. Because that wasn't our channel. And Unit 7 wasn't us. We were Unit 3. The radio repeated the question. Why did you stop the shift? The fog around us seemed thicker now, heavier, like it was listening too. My partner finally reached for the radio mic on his shoulder. This is Unit 3. We found an abandoned vehicle, no driver. Silence. Then the radio inside the car answered instead. You are inside it now. My partner stepped back immediately. That's not possible, he whispered. But I was already noticing something worse. The car's engine sound had changed. It wasn't idling anymore. It was breathing. Slow, deep, like something learning how to imitate life. I pulled my partner away. We call it in, I said quickly, now. But when I looked at my radio again, the display had changed. It now showed Unit 7 active, and below it, status inside vehicle. My hands went cold, because Unit 7 had gone missing 3 weeks ago. Officially marked as no contact, presumed lost during rural patrol. We were standing in their car, except no one had told us. No one had even mentioned it. My partner noticed my silence. What does it say? I hesitated. Then I told him. His face lost color instantly. And that's when the car door behind us closed by itself. We both turned. No wind. No movement. Just the door ceiling shut like it had never been open at all. The interior light flickered again. And now both front seats were occupied. But not with people. With outlines. Like heat signatures of bodies that weren't there anymore, but still refused to leave. My partner stepped forward again, panic rising. We need to leave now. He grabbed the handle. It wouldn't open. He pulled harder. Still nothing. Then the radio in my hand spoke again. This time softer. Almost patient. You cannot exit until the shift is complete. I looked at him. He looked at me. We both understood the same thing at the same time. There was no shift. Not anymore. The GPS screen changed again. Now it showed a hallway. Long, narrow, lit by flickering white lights. A hospital corridor. But we were not in a hospital. And then I realized something worse. The camera wasn't inside the car anymore. It was behind us, watching us stand outside it. I whispered without meaning to, "We're not outside." My partner shook his head. We have to be." But even as he said it, his breath fogged the air in a way that didn't match the temperature. Because the fog inside the car was now the same fog outside. No separation anymore. Just one space, stretching wrong. The radio spoke again. Unit 3 has joined Unit 7. My partner slammed his fist against the window. Open the damn door. The glass rippled. Not shattered. Ripples. Like it was water pretending to be glass. And for a split second, I saw something behind the reflection. Another version of me. Already sitting inside. Looking out. Smiling slightly. I stepped back, shaking my head. No, this isn't real. But the car engine responded. It increased. Like it agreed. My partner stopped moving. His voice dropped. Tell me you see that too. I did. We both saw it now. Inside the car, the empty seats were no longer empty. They were slowly filling. Not with bodies, with decisions. Like the car was remembering who should have been there all along. The radio whispered one last time. Shift restart initiated. The headlights brightened. The fog thickened. And the world outside the car began to loop. The same moment. Again. And again. My partner turned to me slowly. We never arrived here, did we? I couldn't answer. Because I suddenly remembered something I shouldn't have. We were called to report a vehicle found running with no driver. But no one ever told us where it was. And no one ever saw us leave the station. The car door clicked softly behind me. Not opening. Not closing. Just resetting. Waiting. And the engine kept breathing. Like it was learning our names. Somewhere in the fog, the radio asked again. Why did you stop the shift? And this time, I wasn't sure if we ever started it. The recorder was already playing when I touched it. No button pressed, no indicator light blinking, just a soft, steady voice leaking out into the quiet room like it had been waiting for me specifically to arrive. I didn't mean to keep them awake. I froze. The sound wasn't coming from a phone or radio. It was older, warmer, like a memory being dragged back into the present. The tape recorder sat on the metal table in the evidence room, dust around it but not on it, like someone had cleaned it recently, carefully, like it mattered. My hand stayed in the air above it for a second too long. Then the voice continued. I thought if I stayed quiet, it would stop watching me. I looked around the room. Empty shelves, locked drawers, no movement. But my skin still reacted like someone had stepped behind me. The recorder clicked softly, shifting tracks on its own. I leaned closer. The tape wasn't labeled. No case number, no initials, nothing. That should have been impossible. Everything in evidence has a trace, a name, a history. This had none. Just silence between confessions. Then, I can hear it breathing in the walls. My throat tightened without warning, because I had heard that exact phrase before. Not here. Somewhere else. A case briefing I wasn't supposed to remember. I pressed play manually this time. The button felt warm. The voice stopped for half a second, then restarted from the beginning, like it was happy to be heard again. I didn't mean to keep them awake. I pulled my chair closer without realizing it. That was the first mistake. The second mistake was not stopping it, because the voice wasn't just speaking anymore. It was reacting. Between sentences, there were pauses that didn't sound recorded. They sounded like breathing breaks, like whoever spoke was still thinking, still choosing words. My partner walked in behind me. What is that? I didn't look away from the recorder. Unknown tape, no file record. He frowned. That's not possible. Everything gets logged. I finally looked at him. That's what I thought. He stepped closer, uneasy now. The recorder clicked again. New voice. Lower this time. Closer. I tried turning the lights off first. My partner stiffened. That's not a confession, that's... The tape interrupted him. It didn't like that. We both stopped talking. The silence in the room changed shape. It felt aware. My partner leaned forward. Play it from the start again. I hesitated, then pressed rewind. The tape spun. Too fast. Like it wanted to go back more than it should have been able to. Then play. I didn't mean to keep them awake. But this time, there was something extra. A sound behind the voice. A faint metallic scraping. Like something dragging itself closer to the microphone. My partner stepped back slightly. That's edited. Someone tampered with it. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But then the voice said something new. Something it hadn't said before. I can see you listening. The recorder hissed softly. The tape continued. You brought someone with you this time. My partner went still. Slowly he looked at me. Did it just? The recorder cut him off again. I do like when there are two. The lights in the room flickered once. Not enough to go out. Just enough to remind us they could. My partner reached for the recorder. Shut it off. I grabbed his wrist. Wait. He looked at me like I was insane. Why? Because I realized something I shouldn't have. The voice wasn't speaking from the past. It was responding in real time. To us. To now. I slowly leaned in. Who are you? I asked it. The recorder paused. A long pause. Too long. Then, I was the one who answered the call. My stomach dropped, because there was no call attached to this case. No incident report. No dispatch record. Nothing. My partner's voice lowered. This isn't a confession tape. It's a recording of a witness. The recorder clicked again. No. Another pause. I was the one who stayed after the shift ended. My hands started to feel cold, because I knew that phrase. Shift ending. That wasn't normal police language for this type of report. That belonged to internal rotation logs. Station cycles. Night duty shifts. The voice continued, and then I noticed the room didn't reset. My partner stepped back. What does that even mean? The recorder answered immediately. It means you're still inside it. The air in the evidence room felt heavier now, like the walls had moved closer while we weren't paying attention. I looked at the recorder. The red light was now on. It hadn't been before. My partner backed toward the door. I'm getting someone else. But when he reached for the handle, it didn't open. He tried again. Harder. Still nothing. He turned to me. That's not locked from the outside. The recorder spoke again, calm and steady. It never was. Now my breathing changed, because I noticed something worse. The sound quality of the recording was shifting. It wasn't coming from the table anymore. It was coming from the room, from all directions. Like the confession was no longer inside the tape, but inside the space itself. My partner turned slowly. Tell me this is a prank. I couldn't answer, because I was remembering something I didn't want to. Evidence rooms don't have external sound systems, but this one felt like it did. The recorder clicked again. I tried leaving through the same door. My partner slammed his fist against the metal wall. Shut up. The voice didn't react to him. It reacted to me. You tried that too. I stepped back, because I didn't remember telling anyone that. The recorder continued, and it didn't open for you either. My partner looked at me sharply. What is it talking about? I swallowed hard. I don't know. But I did know. Just not fully. Not yet. The tape continued. So you stayed. The lights flickered again. Longer this time. When they came back, the recorder was gone from the table. It was now on the floor between us. Closer. Like it had moved while we weren't looking. My partner backed into the corner. Stop it right now. The voice softened, almost gentle. I stopped first. Silence. Then, and that's when I learned what the room does with unfinished confessions. My throat tightened. What does it do? I asked before I could stop myself. The recorder answered immediately. It keeps replaying them until someone finishes them. My partner shook his head. This is insane. But even as he said it, the room changed again. The shelves, the walls, the corners, they didn't shift physically. They shifted like memory. Like the room was remembering different versions of itself. The recorder spoke one last time. And you're almost done now. My partner froze. I did too, because I realized something that made my chest tighten painfully. We weren't listening to a recording. We were inside one. The evidence room door finally clicked. Not opening, not locking, resetting, and the tape recorder whispered softly, like it was smiling now. Say the last part properly this time. The air went still, and I understood too late. There was still one thing left in the confession that hadn't been said yet. The GPS was wrong. That was my first thought. But it didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like a decision. The screen in front of us showed our patrol unit moving, but not forward, not back either, just looping the same stretch of road over and over again. Same bend, same broken signpost, same shadow of a tree that looked too tall every time we passed it. 6 hours. That number didn't make sense. We had only been out for maybe 40 minutes. At least I thought so. My partner leaned closer to the screen. This has to be corrupted data, he said. But his voice didn't sound sure. It sounded tired, like he had already been watching this for longer than he remembered. I kept my eyes on the map. The road on it wasn't supposed to exist like this. A loop, perfect, clean, repeating. No intersections, no exits. Just a single line folding back into itself like a snake swallowing its own tail. I checked the dash clock. 11:14 p.m. I looked again a second later. 11:14 p.m. No change. That's when I felt it. Not fear yet. Confusion first. That softer kind of wrongness that sneaks in before panic arrives. My partner tapped the screen hard. "Zoom out," he said. I did. The map expanded. The loop didn't break. It just became bigger. Same road. Same turns. Now stretching across miles that shouldn't connect. And in the middle of it, our patrol car icon was blinking. But it wasn't moving along the line anymore. It was stacked on itself. Multiple versions. Like we were driving inside our own past. My throat went dry. "That's impossible," I whispered. My partner didn't answer, because he was already looking at something else. The fuel gauge. Full. We had been driving for 6 hours, but the tank hadn't dropped. Not even a line. I reached for the radio. Dispatch confirmed patrol duration. Static answered first. Then a voice came in. Not clear. Not clean. Just close enough to understand. "Unit 3, you are still en route." My partner frowned. "We've been driving for hours," he said into the mic. A pause. Then the voice replied, "No, you haven't completed the loop yet." That word hit differently. Loop. Like it wasn't describing direction. Like it was describing condition. I looked outside the window. The road looked normal. Too normal. Empty asphalt, streetlights spaced too evenly. But every time we passed the same point, something small changed. A crack in the road shifted slightly. A sign bent a little more. A shadow stretched a few inches longer. Like the world was remembering how it had looked and failing. My partner rubbed his face. "We're turning back," he said suddenly. But I didn't see any turns. Just forward. Always forward. We weren't steering anymore. The road was. I tested it. Turned the wheel slightly left. Nothing. No response. Right. Nothing. My chest tightened. "Try braking," I said. He did. The pedal went down smooth. But the car didn't slow. It didn't even hesitate. It just kept moving forward like friction didn't exist anymore. Like stopping was no longer part of the system. The radio clicked again. This time softer. Almost curious. "Why are you resisting the route?" My partner hit the dashboard. "We are not resisting anything." Silence followed. Then, "You already agreed to continue." I froze. My partner looked at me sharply. "We didn't agree to anything." But even as he said it, I noticed something in his expression shift. Like a memory trying to surface. Unwanted. Incomplete. The GPS zoomed in again without us touching it. Now the loop was just one road segment. One stretch. One moment. Repeated. I saw something new this time. Inside the map overlay. Tiny timestamps. Each loop marked 11:14 p.m. 11:14 p.m. 11:14 p.m. All identical. But then I noticed something worse. One earlier timestamp. 11:08 p.m. Then 11:02 p.m. Going backwards. Not forward. like time itself was being peeled away layer by layer. My partner leaned closer. His voice dropped. That means we've been losing time. I swallowed. We're not losing it, I said slowly. We're giving it back. He turned to me. What does that mean? I didn't have an answer, but my hands started to shake anyway, because I was starting to understand something my mind didn't want to accept. We weren't moving through space anymore. We were moving through repetition. The same segment, the same decision point, over and over. The car passed the broken sign again, and I watched it carefully this time. The letters were different. They shouldn't have been. At first it said nothing. Then it said, "Return route active." My partner saw it too. "That wasn't there before," he said quickly. But I wasn't looking at the sign anymore. I was looking at the road ahead, because something was standing in the middle of it. A silhouette. Still, waiting. The car didn't slow. It never did. We passed through it, or we should have. But I felt it. That moment of overlap, like driving through a memory that didn't want to be forgotten. My partner shouted, "Did you see that?" I nodded, but my voice didn't work, because I recognized the shape. It wasn't a person. It was us, standing on the road, watching ourselves drive past. Again and again, the radio clicked louder now, almost impatient. "You are approaching completion point." My partner's breathing changed. "What completion point?" No answer, only static. Then the GPS changed again. Now it showed a single instruction. "Do not exit loop until shift is complete." My partner laughed once. Short, broken. "This is insane. We never agreed to a shift." But I remembered something. Not clearly. Just enough. A briefing room. A map. A phrase I hadn't understood at the time. Extended patrol continuity protocol. I hadn't paid attention. Neither had he. But now it felt like something we had signed without reading. The road outside bent slightly. Not physically. Visually. Like reality had been folded and pressed flat. The same streetlight appeared again. Closer this time. We had passed it maybe 10 times already. But now I noticed something new. There was a mark on it. A scratch. A number carved into the metal. It read, 6HOURS confirmed. My partner went quiet. "Tell me that's not real," he said. I didn't answer, because I realized something worse. The car wasn't looping the road. The road was looping us. The radio spoke one last time. "Soft. Final. Completion requires acceptance of the route." My partner grabbed the mic. "We refuse." Silence. Then the voice responded. "You already accepted when you did not stop the first time." The car turned slightly. Not by us. Not by steering. By choice. And ahead, I saw the loop break for the first time. A gap in the road. An exit. My partner pointed. "There, that's it." Hope rushed in too fast. Too sharp. But I noticed something small. The exit sign was flickering. Like it wasn't stable. Like it didn't belong in the loop. The car accelerated. Faster. My partner laughed nervously. Finally. But I felt something tightening in my chest. Because I understood now. Exits don't appear inside loops. They appear as part of them. The radio whispered again. Approaching reset threshold. The exit grew closer. Closer. My partner leaned forward. We made it, we actually made it. But I couldn't move, because I saw the truth just before we reached it. The exit wasn't leaving the loop. It was the loop, waiting for us to enter it again. And just before impact, the road bent back into itself. We didn't escape. We returned. And the clock inside the dashboard finally changed. 11:14 p.m. Again, somewhere behind us, the radio asked softly, "Would you like to try the route again?" The moment the tape changed voices, I knew we were no longer alone in the recording. It wasn't subtle. It happened right in the middle of a sentence. I can hear it breathing in the walls. Then a second voice cut in. Not overlapping. Not distorted. Clean. Separate. "That's not what you said before." My whole body went cold. My partner leaned in instantly. Did it just respond? I didn't answer, because the recorder shouldn't have been able to respond at all. It wasn't live, it was evidence. But now it sounded like a conversation. The original voice on the tape paused, then continued like nothing happened. I didn't say anything before. And then the second voice replied again. "You always say that after it notices you." My partner stepped back from the table. "That's impossible," he said. But his voice didn't carry certainty anymore. Only doubt. I pressed stop on the recorder. Nothing. It kept playing. I tried again. Still nothing. The buttons felt dead, like they were no longer connected to the device. Or maybe no longer connected to our world. The tape hissed softly. Then a third voice appeared. This one was different. Younger. Shaky. "I think it knows we're listening." My partner looked at me sharply. "There were only supposed to be one speaker," he said. I nodded slowly. "I know." But the voices didn't stop. They multiplied like echoes, finding their own direction. The original voice spoke again. "I told you not to record after midnight." The second voice replied immediately. "You told yourself that." Silence hit the room after that. Heavy. Waiting. Then my partner whispered something I didn't expect. "This isn't playback anymore." I turned to him. "What do you mean?" He pointed at the recorder. "The timestamps, they're moving." I looked, and my stomach tightened. The tape counter was changing on its own. Not forward, not backward. Randomly, like it was searching, like it didn't know where the recording began anymore. The third voice returned. "Why are there two of you listening?" My partner flinched. "We're not in the recording," he said quickly. But even as he said it, his voice sounded less confident, more defensive. The original voice answered softly. "You are now." The lights above us flickered once. Not dramatic, just enough to make the shadows feel briefly uncertain. Then the second voice spoke again. It always starts like this, with denial. My partner grabbed the recorder. This time harder. "Stop it, shut it off." The moment his fingers touched it, the tape sped up. Fast. Too fast. Voices overlapped now. Not chaotic. Organized. Like they were taking turns, remembering something. I didn't open the door. You did. I never went inside. You always go inside. I don't remember this part. That's because you're not supposed to. My chest tightened, because something about that last line felt aimed directly at me. Like the tape wasn't just playing anymore. It was selecting. My partner backed away slowly. "This is some kind of looped AI reconstruction," he said. But he didn't believe it. I could hear it in his voice. Even he didn't trust his own explanation. The recorder clicked. The voices stopped at the same time. Perfect silence. Then one final voice came through. Clear. Close. Too close. We are not reconstructed. My breath caught. My partner froze. The voice continued. We are what remains after you stop recording. I stepped back instinctively. What does that mean? I whispered. The recorder answered immediately. It means you only captured the beginning. My partner looked at me. His face had gone pale now. Turn it off, he said again. But I didn't move. Because I realized something I didn't want to understand. The tape wasn't storing voices. It was growing them. Every playback wasn't repetition. It was continuation. The second voice spoke again. You always forget the middle part. The third voice followed. That's why we stay incomplete. My partner grabbed the power cord this time. He pulled. Hard. Nothing happened. The recorder stayed on. The tape kept spinning. No power source visible. No battery indicator. Just sound. Alive. Then the original voice returned. Stronger now. More aware. You shouldn't have separated the tapes. My partner stopped moving. What tapes? I looked at him. He looked at me. Neither of us had an answer. But I suddenly remembered something I didn't recall remembering before. Evidence logs. Multiple entries. Same incident. Different recordings. But only one tape had been brought in. My throat tightened. There were more than one, I whispered. My partner shook his head immediately. No, there was only this one. But even as he said it, doubt crept in. Because the recorder clicked again. And now a new voice joined. Calm. Familiar. Too familiar. I was on the second tape. My stomach dropped. Because I recognized that voice. It was my partner. He turned sharply toward the recorder. That's not me. But the voice continued anyway. I was the one who stayed after the report ended. My partner stepped back. No, I didn't record anything. The tape answered instantly. You did. You just don't remember which version you were in. I felt my pulse in my ears now. Because the room felt smaller. Not physically. Mentally. Like thoughts were getting crowded out. Like the voices were occupying space inside my head too. The original voice spoke again. It's starting to merge. The second voice followed. That means someone is listening properly. My partner whispered, we need to erase it. I shook my head slowly. That won't work. He looked at me. Why? Because I already knew the answer. And I hated it. Because it's not stored anywhere, I said quietly. It's being spoken through us. The recorder paused. For the first time, hesitation. Then the third voice returned. Correct. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was expectant. Like the tape was waiting for something we hadn't said yet. My partner's voice cracked slightly. What do you want from us? The recorder answered immediately. Finish the missing confession. My chest tightened. Because I remembered the first recording again. The unfinished sentence. The part I had ignored. The part I had avoided hearing. The voices all spoke at once now. Not loud. Just unified. You left it open. The lights flickered again. Longer this time. When they stabilized, the recorder had changed position. It was no longer on the table. It was facing us. Directly. Like it was watching. My partner whispered, We never should have opened it. But it was already too late, because the tape clicked one final time, and all the voices said together, softly, "Say the last part properly this time." And I finally understood. The recording was never about what was said. It was about what we refused to finish. The tape starts playing before I even press anything. A thin burst of static fills the room, like the air itself is scratching at the speakers. I freeze. My hand is still on the recorder, but I didn't hit play. Then I hear my own voice, but I don't remember saying it. I think it happened again. A pause, heavy breathing, then another voice joins in. One of my partners, calm, too calm. We didn't leave the building. My stomach tightens, because I know that voice, but the tone is wrong, like he's speaking from somewhere deep under his own skin. I look at him across the desk. He's staring at the recorder like it's a loaded gun. Neither of us is touching it now. The recording keeps going. It isn't a normal confession. It feels like someone reading our thoughts back to us, but slower, clearer, as if it's already decided what we did. And I don't remember recording any of it. That's the first open loop that locks inside my mind. When did we record this? The tape continues. There were 5 of us at the start, my voice says on the recording. Now there are 4. A sharp silence follows those words. My partner flinches. There are 4 of us, he whispers in real life, like he's trying to correct it, like saying it out loud can fix it. But the tape doesn't care. It repeats the line again. There were 5 of us at the start. Now my throat goes dry, because I suddenly remember something I shouldn't be remembering. A face, a 5th officer, standing behind us in the briefing room last night. But when I try to focus on it, the memory breaks apart like wet paper. I shut my eyes for a second. When I open them, the lights in the room feel slightly dimmer, or maybe I'm just noticing it now. The recorder clicks. New audio. A sound like footsteps inside a hallway. But we're in a closed room. My partner leans closer. "Stop it," he says, but not to me, to the machine. The tape responds anyway. A different voice now, not mine, not his. It wasn't the building, it says softly. It was the shift. My skin goes cold. Because shifts end. People leave, they clock out, that's how it works. But that word shift feels wrong now, like it means something else here. The recording continues and the voices start overlapping, not arguing, not talking to each other, more like layers of the same thought repeating from different mouths. I saw him go in first. I followed after. I never came out. Each sentence lands heavier than the last, like something being placed inside my chest one by one. I look at my hands, they're shaking slightly. I don't remember going into anything last night. Not clearly, just fragments, hallways that felt too long, doors that didn't lead where they should. But that could just be fatigue. Right. Then the tape changes again. And this time it speaks directly to me. You're listening because you were the last one to notice. My head snaps up. My partner is staring at me now. Did you say that? He asks. I shake my head too fast. No. But the recorder is still going. And it's describing us. How we stood outside the abandoned unit. How the air felt too complete, like nothing was missing from it. How we ignored the first warning sign, the hallway that didn't match the map. I remember the map. But I also remember something worse. The map shifting while I looked at it. My breath catches. That shouldn't be possible. The tape crackles louder, like it's excited now, like it knows we're paying attention. Then comes a new detail. The first one who entered didn't turn around. My partner stands up suddenly. Chair scrapes hard against the floor. That's not true, he says. We checked every room together. But his voice cracks at the end. because neither of us is sure anymore. The recording keeps layering truth over doubt. You checked rooms that weren't there yesterday, it says. And that's when I notice something that makes my stomach drop. The room we are sitting in is not exactly the same as before. The window is on the wrong side. Or maybe I am. I don't say it out loud, because saying it makes it real. The tape shifts again, softer now, almost gentle. A confession begins. I close the door behind him. That voice is mine, but I don't remember choosing it. My partner steps back slowly. No, he whispers. No, we didn't do anything like that. But the recording doesn't stop. I close the door, it repeats, and I forgot his name. A long silence. Then another voice trembling. I helped. My partner freezes. I helped too. Now both of us are on the recording. Both of us are confessing to something we can't place in time. Something that feels like it already happened, but also like it hasn't started yet. I press my palms against the desk. This is not real, I say out loud. But the tape answers me. It becomes real when you finish listening. That line hits differently, not like fear, like instruction. Like something waiting for completion. I realize then what the open loop inside all this is. What are we supposed to finish? The recording suddenly jumps. Static floods the speaker again, but behind it I hear movement. Multiple footsteps, fast, confused, like people running through narrow corridors. Then screaming, but not loud, distant, as if it's happening behind a wall that doesn't fully exist. My partner grabs the recorder. Turn it off, he says. But when he presses the button, nothing changes. The tape is still playing, and now it sounds like we are inside it. Our real voices and recorded voices overlap, blending until I can't tell which is current anymore. I remember now, the recording says. My heart stops, because I don't. I remember the door didn't open from the inside. A pause. I remember the hallway that kept repeating. Another pause. I remember the fifth officer was never missing. My throat tightens, because now I see it too. Not as memory, as realization forming in real time. There were always 5 of us, but my mind keeps trying to correct it. The tape grows quieter, almost intimate. And then it says the thing I wasn't ready for. You are still inside. My partner drops the recorder. It doesn't break, it keeps playing on the floor. And now the voices sound closer, not from the device anymore. From the room. From us. I look at him. He looks at me. Neither of us speaks, because we're both afraid the next word might already belong to the recording. The tape continues without needing us now. I didn't commit a crime, my voice says on it. A pause. I just agreed to remember it differently. That's when everything feels wrong in a deeper way. Because I understand what this is becoming. It's not a case file. It's not evidence. It's a version of us being written after the fact. The recording speeds up slightly, like it's reaching something important. And the final confession begins. We didn't lose someone, it says. We replaced him. Silence drops so hard it hurts. My partner is breathing too fast now. I can see it in his shoulders and his hands. He wants to deny it. I want to deny it. But the space between us feels thinner than before, like reality itself is running out of room. The tape slows down again. One last line. Soft final. And when you finish listening, you will remember why you stayed. The recorder clicks, but it doesn't stop. Instead, it rewinds itself. And I realize with a slow, sinking horror that we are about to hear it all again. Not as memory, but as instruction. My hand moves toward the device, without me telling it to. My partner sees it and whispers, "Don't." But I don't know if he means don't press stop or don't remember. The loop begins again. And this time, I'm not sure if I'm listening to a confession or writing one.